Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. More than 24 sheriff's deputies stood ready for immigration enforcement duties Wednesday in the Laramie County Board of Commissioners meeting room, waiting to be sworn into the new expansion of their roles. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonnell reports that not everyone is in favor of this program.
This is a pretty well-known program federally. States across the country use it to help, local law enforcement, help kind of the federal side of things with federal law enforcement. It's controversial in some states. Here in Wyoming, the State Highway Patrol participates, and Brian Kosak, the Laramie County Sheriff, said that they've had a good partnership with the ICE field office. The ACLU chapter of Wyoming is very against it. I got a statement today from Antonio Serrano, who's their advocacy director, saying that it's improper to use kind of local sheriff's deputies that could be doing other kind of law enforcement functions locally, do federal law enforcement. They think it's a distraction and that it really just doesn't help build trust within communities, especially immigrant communities. The ICE field director, Robert Guadian from Denver, that office serves both Wyoming and Colorado, said that actually a lot of people from these immigrant communities prefer working with ICE because the criminals that the 287G program intends to go after, in a sense, these are people that are terrorizing or victimizing communities that are mainly immigrant.
The 25 deputies will participate in the task force component of a program which allows the officers to work with federal authorities in enforcing immigration law and detaining people who are in the country illegally. A federal court on Wednesday sentenced a mother to 1 year and 1 day in prison for supplying guns to her son, who in turn killed Sheridan Police Sergeant Nevada Krinke in 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker was in court when Eileen Hurley's defense attorney had a request for her imprisonment.
Her attorney specifically called for a special facility to help care for her medical issues because she's dealing with a myriad of health problems such as diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, and a plethora of others. She's also 71 years old, which her attorney argued is akin to a life sentence, sending her to jail with all of these combined medical issues.
The federal courtroom at the U.S. District Court in Cheyenne was packed with Krinke family and friends, along with several uniformed police officers and Wyoming Highway Patrol troopers. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
A Wyoming outdoorsman took a break from elk hunting on Tuesday and called a bull moose to within 10 feet simply by grunting at it. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Owen Miller says he's called bull moose in a few times, though the animals have never gotten this close.
He doesn't have a moose license or anything like that, but they're in the rut right now, or the mating season, and so he says he's kind of figured out over the years of doing this that he can grunt. He says you kind of grunt the word rump, and it works. He's had a few come in fairly close, maybe not as close as this one. This one got to within about 10 feet of him, and in this instance, which happened yesterday afternoon, it just worked very well, and the moose got right up to within 10 feet of him, and he said he finally just talked to it, just said, okay, that's enough, you need to go away.
Miller had a similar experience during the same hunting trip on September 5th when he called another bull in close. As constitutionality questions around school choice persists in Wyoming courts, the state's Libertarian Party is publicly encouraging opponents to reconsider their stance on it, saying school choice doesn't need to be MAGA. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonnell says some are taking to social media to plead their case.
This is interesting, just a couple social media posts put out within the last week, one by the state's Libertarian Party and then the other one for Americans for Prosperity. They're really just referencing school choice, which is a hot button issue in the state right now. The Wyoming Education Association has brought forward a lawsuit that's currently going up to the state Supreme Court. A bill was passed the past legislative session that allows for school choice, school voucher program.
The Wyoming Education Association this year challenged the constitutionality of a new school choice program offering state funds to families seeking alternate education. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday, October 2. Welcome. Laramie County swears in 25 new deputies. They'll work on ICE stuff. The widow of slain Sheridan police officer feels rage and bitterness as the killer's mom is sentenced for providing firearms. When the phone lines go down, how do you call 911? Well, the Cheyenne Police Department suggests you just run outside and look for a cop. Look for a cruiser. Actually, that's not good advice. A famed Wyoming photographer, beloved Tom Mangelson, remembers beloved Jane Goodall. Those two became friends decades ago. Jane died yesterday at the age of 91. Wyoming Libertarian Party says school choice doesn't have to be a MAGA thing. Meanwhile, the state's teacher advocacy group is not impressed and will not change their tune. These stories and more coming up in the Cowboy State Daily after we check the day weather forecast. It's going to be kind of sunny across the state. Nice day today. With a cool down coming for the weekend, though. Look out. Sunny highs near 80 in Casper. Sunny 79 in Lander. Evanston, 72 under sunshine. Rock Springs, you'll be 74. Sunny with a few wind gusts. Sunny and 67 in Pinedale. 70 in Afton with plenty of sunshine. Even DuBois, you're going to be sunny in upper 60s. Jackson, sunny highs near 72. Thermopolis, 82 today in Thermop with sunshine. Sunny and 76 in Cody. Buffalo, sunny 78, sunny 82 in Sheridan. Hot spot. It's going to be Torrington, I know it. Yeah, 87 and sunny in Torrington. 81, sunny in Newcastle. Wheatland, you'll top out around 83 with sunshine. In the state capital, Cheyenne, sunny 77. 73 in Laramie, sunshine. Sunny and breezy in Rawlins with highs 72. So sun everywhere. Can't find nary a cloud, but this weekend, it's going to get cooler. Walter Hill's going to be on the show later today. He's an author, pastor. We'll talk with him. Justin Talent, I can't wait to talk to him. He's a World War II investigator. We're going to find out whatever inspired him to get into World War II stuff. He He's a historian, researcher, but mostly centers around uncovering wrecks, plane wrecks, shipwrecks. He tries to find the backstory of whatever happened to that ship, that plane, that whatever. Justin Talon, he'll be interesting. Charlie Prince never intended to become the new owner of the longest continuously operating brothel in Montana, but there she is, the proud owner of that building. She gives tours every other weekend. We'll talk to Charlie what it's like to own a haunted whorehouse. Yeah. Aaron Turpin's going to be on, our automotive specialist at Cowboy State Daily. He'll mention what vehicle you should be looking for when the world ends. Yeah, that EMP, when the electronic mass pulse, what is it called? An EMP. Whether it's the sun does it or the Chinese do it, when there's a mass impulsion of electronics takes down the whole grid, your car won't work because it's got too much tech in it. The computer will be fried. So all the vehicles, we've seen the movies, Hollywood, all the vehicles will be sitting there and you won't be able to run any of them except for the old ones, right? Anything pre-1975, that's what Hollywood says. What does an automotive specialist say? Aaron Turpin will tell us what vehicles have more tech under the hood and what vehicles have less, like bare bones, no frill technology. It'll be interesting to learn that. BWXT still wants to get its nuclear project into Gillette. It'll bring more than 200 jobs, promises to be a truly state-of-the-art facility, TRISO fuel fabrication. They just had a meeting the other day. More than 300 residents turned out at the Camplex Heritage Center Theater. That's how controversial nuclear has become. A lot of people have issues, concerns, some of them extending far beyond actual nuclear safety. I still can't say that word right. If I say it like Bush, whatever, I'm just going to say it like I say it. You know what I'm talking about. And when they have a meeting about a proposed nuclear, will you please send him outside, that idiot cat? All right, thank you. Yeah, when they have a meeting about nuclear, they can't even hold it in the town council chambers, which fits, I don't know, in Rock Springs, how many fit there? Few dozen. They got to hold it at the Camplex Heritage Center Theater. More than 300 turned out, and they said, we don't know about nuclear. I don't know, BWXT. There were concerns about spent fuel, which BWXT said is not going to happen. At their fabrication facility, there were concerns about safety issues. What if it blows up? And there were concerns about maybe we don't want growth. Oh, good for you. I'm all about that. Good for you, Gillette. I think I said Rock Springs earlier. This is in Gillette. David Madison has the story. Yeah, good for you, Gillette. They said they already have housing issues. Why do they need 200 more jobs, bringing 200 more families, bringing the need for 200 more businesses? And then those families require things like schools, hospitals, drugstores, pizzerias. It's all growth. And Wyoming, outside of Jackson Hole, is so pro-growth. We got to grow the state. We got to get more people here. We got to make more money, more revenue. And despite like playing along with that as a host of this show, my personal feelings are we need like half the people that live here to leave. I want to be in the least populated state. That's why I'm here. I don't want growth. I've seen what it does firsthand, and it's horrible. Too many people without Wyoming values popping in overnight. And they stress out everything, including me. They put a strain on everything. People. Maybe that's the introvert in me. People. Yeah, why do we want more people? There are some in Gillette who say, we can't take the people we have now. What do we want more for? I hear you, Gillette. Good for you. Sean, our DC correspondent, Sean Berry, he's got this story about Wyoming delegation. They're not saying anything about Trump's latest post. Oh, man, every night. Was this a late night post? It had to have been a 2 a.m. post. President Trump, the president of the United States, potentially the most powerful office in the world. And Trump acts like a 5-year-old sometimes. And that's what Schumer said. And Schumer's right on this one. Sorry. President Trump posted on his own social justice thing, and I think he did post on X as well. One post on social media Monday, another on Tuesday, featuring House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York with a fake sombrero and handlebar mustache painted on him, pasted on him. It's like the world's worst Photoshop. I got to share this photo. Yeah, check it out in the Cowboy State Daily story, Sean Berry. All right, it's worth a chuckle if you're like in first grade. And that's what Schumer said. The first post shows a photo set to mariachi music, and it included Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York with a deep fake voice using vulgarities to disparage his own party members as woke pieces of SH. Yeah, the photo, the whole post, dumb and childish was what Schumer said. Chuck, and you know what? If you're Trump, and I'm not pro or anti-Trump. I'm neutral. I'm neutral in all of politics. I have no use for any politics. But if I'm a Trump advisor, I would have to tell him, President, you're just playing into the hands of Chuck Schumer. You just gave him an open door. You gave him an opportunity. That was dumb. Because now Schumer looks like the good guy here. Schumer looks like the adult in the room when President Trump posts on his social thing this dumb, childish, at the far end, Democrats are calling it racist. At the very least, Schumer says his video was dumb. It was childish. It was petty. It's something a 5-year-old would do, not the president of the United States. Yes, that's a good quote. That's a really nice bullet quote from Chuck Schumer. You just gave him you just handed him on the platter an opportunity to make a great quote out of your dumb post. Yeah, if I'm Trump's advisor, I'd tell him, don't post anything after 1 a.m. It's never good. And you notice even his staunch followers, even Barrasso, who falls right in line with anything President Trump does, no word on him when asked. Senator Barrasso, Senators Lummis, no comment, nothing. Crickets. Yeah, I wouldn't comment either. You want to get out of the way of this train wreck. Sean Berry's story, Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming delegation bum on Trump's sombrero memes mocking Dems. It's 5-year-old stuff. Dude, you better than that. I mean, I like the way Trump is sometimes bullish. Like he is not socially correct. He is not a guy you invite to the garden party. He's going to embarrass you at the garden party in Connecticut for sure. And that's why you want him in office, to drain the swamp, to go stomping through the swamp in his muck boots because he's so inappropriate. He just upturns the apple cart. He just wrecks everything. But this is like off on a wrong turn, President. The meme with the mariachi music and the sombrero. Yeah, you might want to. That's got to be one he takes down and says, well, somebody hacked my account. That's what I expect will be next. This is all during the impasse of Democrats, Republicans, can't pass budget, can't pass the CR. And here we are in government shutdown. But one thing that's not shut down is President Trump's ability to post on social media. I love this ad. Scott Schwebke has a story about first of its kind. University of Wyoming Athletics has made a first of its kind commercial using a rodeo star and some football players. Kaylee Simshower appears in this ad, and it's for the first time it makes NIL, which is name, image, likeness. It makes an athlete out of a cow. Yeah, the bovine is the star in this commercial. It's an agreement with Dairy Max. And the first ever NIL deal featuring student athletes and a live dairy cow. Texas did something similar, but they didn't use a live cow. You missed a chance there, lost opportunity. We'll show you and we'll play you the commercial, which is pretty cute. UW, great commercial, great idea, and promoting dairy, chocolate milk, actually. Who can't get with that? Love it. Judge says the ousted UW dean can keep suing for what he called retaliation demotion. This is ongoing. Dean Cameron Wright, his lawsuit against University of Wyoming. It's embarrassing. It's the one black eye for the university. I say the one. I can't think of another reason why you should hate on Wyoming or throw shade that way on Laramie. But for the brown and gold, this is not their finest moment, and they need to fix it and clean it up. Cameron Wright was demoted, presumably because he wouldn't take orders from above, and those orders were to get in line with the above's girlfriend. Yeah, it just gets stupid. This is also like schoolyard behavior. Fix it, UW. You know, hospital billing can be wonky sometimes. Have you ever been billed by a hospital? And usually it's outsourced. The hospital sources their billing to a company that does that specifically. Have you ever been billed for a procedure or a visit to the hospital and found errors in it? Apparently, it's somewhat common. And you'll be like, wait a minute, 5 bags of saline IV for $400 each? I only had 3 bags, or whatever it is. Well, outsourced billing is so wrought with errors that even the hospital gets screwed by their own billing department. Star Valley Health is suing the company it used for billing, saying that the hospital itself was shorted out of more than $2.5 million. So I guess it's just these specialized outsourced hospital medical billing companies proving that they don't just screw the patients, they'll also make errors in favor of patients and against the hospital itself. Yeah, they need some better accountants over there, maybe. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with Greg Johnson. Can't wait to have him back, I think. He said he was to pencil them in. So let's see. We'll be back in a moment on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Greg Johnson back in on this first hour. Greg, really miss you. I need you for two important reasons. One, your appearance in the first hour of the show really helps set everything up. It allows me to drink coffee while you talk, and it allows me to fix the Zoom room, which is almost always broken every time I open it up first thing. So you're like our guinea pig on the...
Oh, well, that's flattering.
Right? These are important. Like, I was small again. And I would hate to think, we have the governor on or something, and the Zoom room's all messed up. So I want to test that out on you, Greg. Two important things before...
Well, by now, you should have it figured out.
Yeah. Well, it does it by itself. The software we use...
Does it by itself.
It does it by itself, Your Honor. I didn't do anything. Yeah. Anyway, two important issues before we dig into the news of the day. One, do you do this to your pasta? If so, you're doing it wrong. Do you do you make your own pasta? Do you make your own spaghetti, let's say?
I don't.
Oh. Well, this may not pertain to you.
I get the box.
Well, I don't mean like make your own pasta. I mean like, yeah, you get a box of pasta.
Okay, well then I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're
but when you say make your own, I'm thinking
well,
like
right. You're right.
The flour and the eggs and actually making it. And
Oh
I don't
yeah. No, that's like Piper territory. Nobody does that except Piper and real chefs. I mean, you're going to make some pasta dinner. Do you add some olive oil to the boiling water for the pasta? No.
No, you don't do that because then the sauce slips off of it. It won't stick to it.
Really?
Yeah. People do it so that the pasta won't stick together.
Yes.
But once it comes out, you drain everything, then the pasta will run off of it. It won't hold the sauce on it.
Very interesting.
That's my that's my theory on that.
There's a story out today saying the pasta rule everyone still follows and why you're doing it wrong. And it did concern adding oil, vegetable oil, olive oil to your boiling water to keep the pasta from sticking together. Everybody does it. Oh, almost everybody, unless you're somehow enlightened or woke to that old practice. It's a myth.
I will sometimes add motor oil to it, though. that works.
Just to cut down on the engine knocking after you have some rigatoni. You're like, oh, that's
right.
My stomach is ticking. I should have added motor oil.
I'm extremely particular, though, that it has to be the perfect al dente. It can't be overcooked.
Oh.
It can't be overcooked. It can't be a little mushy. It has to be, and it can't be al dente where it's like actually crunchy. It has to be perfect.
It's tough because you have about like 60 seconds there where it's perfect and you're not crunching or it's gone soggy. It's tough. There's very little window.
The instructions on the box are actually usually pretty accurate as far as they tell you for it to be really al dente, cook it this to, for this.
Yeah.
So you got to look at that, and they're usually pretty accurate.
Are they? Yeah. Which it says, I don't read it. I think it's like 11 or 12 minutes or something. Does that sound right?
Something like that. It depends on the pasta too.
Yes. But I always figure at elevation, I throw all that out the window along with the pasta after I screw it up.
Yeah. Yeah. There is some change in that. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know if it means I think it means you have to cook it a little bit longer.
I think so.
Because you don't have that air pressure on it.
I think so.
But I'm the same way with ramen.
Oh.
Your packaged cheap ramen, it can't be overcooked. There's nothing worse than mushy ramen.
Yeah. I agree. Okay, so some culinary tips. Maybe Piper's listening in. We'll talk to Piper tomorrow, Cooking Wyoming, see if she agrees with any of those. And the other thing I wanted to get with you on is your opinion on Bad Bunny being named to play the Super Bowl halftime show. Thumbs up, thumbs down?
I was going to bring it up. I'm a big thumbs down just because I don't like him. I'm not a fan. So it'd be different if I was a fan.
Yeah.
But did you see that Trump's former campaign manager, who's now like an advisor for Kristi Noem in Homeland Security, has said that the administration plans to send ICE agents to the Super Bowl. Now, I say, great. Make that part of the halftime show.
Oh yeah, running around trying to catch.
Make the chase. Around. He's singing while ICE is chasing him around.
Right.
Make it part of the show.
Be the first time that you had a halftime show with 400 of the leggy dancers are running for their lives as ICE chases them and tases them right on the field.
Or they turn out to be undercover ICE agents and they turn on it.
Oh,
but don't fight it. Just embrace it and make it part of the show. Send the ICE agents their choreography in advance.
And
it'll be like it'll be popular, like Left Shark or something. And
yeah.
Oh,
Just embrace it. Just say, yeah, bring them in. We'll make them part of the show.
And you're like, oh, is the Kevlar vest and face masks part of the costumes of the dancers? Oh no, those are ICE agents. Bad Bunny supposedly stopped playing a lot of shows in America. At one time said he wouldn't play any more shows in the U.S. because ICE was targeting his crowd, his people.
Yeah, and it does make you wonder though that what is, and this has nothing to do with Bad Bunny or his talent or anything, but with that controversy and he won't play in there and
yeah,
there's nobody else they could have picked. I mean, why did they?
I think,
and I don't know how far out they picked him.
Yeah,
but
and they have advisors like what's his face is one of the guys that helps the It's not like the NFL can figure out who to pick musically for the halftime show. The NFL can barely figure out football, like fining players for not tucking in their jerseys. Like this is the National Football League is going to know how to book a halftime show? Not really. They get advice from several people on a committee, on a panel. One of them is Jay-Z, I think. It helps them find the latest artist. I think the Bad Bunny pick was an extension of what we saw last year. I think it's the NFL trying to be edgy. Like, yeah, you could go get a superstar like Taylor Swift, I guess, or whoever, Garth Brooks, somebody who's like 90% approval rating pretty much, that everybody knows at least, even grandpa. But I think the NFL's trying to be edgy here. Last year, it was like too edgy, like Kendrick Lamar, who nobody knew him. I think Bad Bunny's a good pick, but I'm more knowledgeable than your average Joe, music-wise. You know me. And I like his music.
Yeah, that's on display every Thursday with Abby.
You know what the topic is going to be for Abby today?
What?
So you think you're an Einstein because she's been doing so good lately that it's going to be about Albert Einstein. All trivia about Einsteins. So get ready, Abby.
I don't know much about him.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I mean, I know that he was a bad student. Well, not really bad, but he was like a C student. He wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't like he was a brainiac, but he wasn't like a brainiac in school.
Right. You know what age he graduated high school? 17. Like you would think somebody like him, he would have finished high school at age 12, be done with college at age 14. Like,
but where'd the hair come from?
Yeah, right. The hair, man. Einstein trivia today for Abby. Heads up. And she's not awake this early. She needs her beauty sleep. Okay, so you want to talk about any stories? Cowboy State Daily. What has been?
Well, we haven't talked sports in a long time. You got your Yankees won
barely. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but it's a win. It's tied.
But we should be whooping Boston. Number one. Number two. Really, Aaron Boone is mismanaging this team. All he does is the analytics. He does whatever the analytics tell him. He doesn't go with his gut.
Yeah. Well, the Rockies got rid of their general manager.
Did they?
Yeah. It only took one of the worst seasons in history.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's not going to make any difference because the real problem is still there. The owners.
Well, and I don't know. Yeah. And the only way to fix a baseball team, Greg, is to draft better. To build a team with smart, good scouting and draft picks in college. So I don't know if and that won't be evidenced until years after you make a change and a hire.
There is that, but then it's keeping those guys, and it's just having a culture of winning and being just a top franchise all around, and that hasn't happened in the Monforts.
Yeah.
It just isn't. And
well,
in fact, I think in Denver now, they say they have to go to the bathroom. They say I'm going to go take a Monfort. I'm going to go drop a Monfort off at the pool.
Poor little Billy.
I don't know if they say that or not. I just made that up.
Little Billy has got his legs locked. He's dancing around. You're like, what's the matter, Billy? You got to do a number 1 or a number 2? I got to do a Momford, mommy. Oh, man. That's, well, that's the cloud. That's the cloud that hangs over the business of being a baseball team. You either draft better or you get involved in the free agent market, which is where a GM comes in handy. But the GM's going to be handcuffed, you would expect, in the free agent market because the Monforts won't pay for any high-priced agents. So, I don't know how you fix that organization anytime soon.
I don't know. It's sad.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad, but I mean, it's I don't know. It's too little, too late. They wish him well on his endeavors. I don't know.
Well, any talent the Rockies had, they were in sell mode at the draft or at that trade deadline. Yankees got your third baseman, who's pretty good. He can pick it, that's for sure. He's got a good glove. And then one of your other guys, Story. I saw him on Boston. That guy can still hit. And then you'll have the age-old problem that you'll never have good pitching there because no pitcher wants to go there. Given equal money, no pitcher would tell his agent, I'll go to Colorado. They
used to have some, and that's why you got to that's why you got to develop those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Bring them up. They learn how to pitch at this elevation by pitching in the AAA in Colorado Springs.
Oh, yeah.
They come up.
You learn to be a ground ball pitcher and not a fly-out pitcher. There's some parks, and just to let people know we're not super baseball, the thin air of Denver, the ball travels farther, and pitchers don't want the ball traveling farther when they're pitching. So even like harmless fly balls in any other ballpark, are like home run.
Oh,
you got kitty cat there?
My cat puked under the desk.
Oh man, cats are always puking.
Yeah, it's she pukes and then she runs all over the place.
Glad I got that out of my system. It's the post litter box zoomies. Similar, I got a cat that I've seen, most cats puke all the time, but this feral barn cat that I got, I've never seen it puke once. And I've seen it eat some disgusting things. On a semi...
She hardly ever does, but she just hawks something up under there.
Oh, well, you got to clean up on aisle 1.
I know. I'm being careful where I'm putting my feet right now.
Yeah, watch out.
That's a rude awakening.
So what is the generation? What's a 22-year-old, 21-year-old, let's say? What generation is that? Is that like Gen Z?
What? I don't know.
Because I wanted to make fun of that generation.
When did we start labeling them all? Because when I was growing up, they weren't labeled that way.
No, I know. Because when we came up, we were all baby boys. I'm so old, my high school had a smoking section. But when I came up, there was only boomers. Now there's all
21-year-old is a Gen Z.
Okay. Here's some insight into the Gen Z. All the insight you need. Never mind the stereotypes, the definitions. Here's the definition of a Gen Z right here, and it's sort of sports related. Jackson Dart, the new rookie quarterback for the New York Giants, Eli Manning, of Peyton Manning, Eli Manning fame. Eli, ex-Giant quarterback, maybe Hall of Famer. Eli said, hey, kid, Jackson, if you ever need any advice, feel free to reach out. Jackson Dart did reach out to Eli Manning for advice. He wanted help booking reservations at the exclusive restaurant in New York City, Fort Charles. That's Gen Z in a nutshell. Jackson, Gen Zers would not reach out to a mentor, to a legend, to a GOAT and say, what do you do when they blitz from the blind side? What do you do if you identify a safety blitz? Like, what should I call? How do I handle the media? How do I do things in the hot? How do I get my offensive linemen to like me? Nothing football related. Can you help me get reservations at this fancy restaurant? Is what Jackson Dart asked Eli. That's Gen Z.
Nice.
Classic. Anything in the news that's maybe
I was still looking at Wyoming is at home this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
UNLV.
Yeah.
UNLV is undefeated.
Yeah, and they score a lot. So our defense got to show up. And our offense has to some degree, score with them. We got to get in a little bit of a shootout, which when you say Wyoming, that does not compute.
Yeah, you wonder how they're going to come back because they had a week off after getting pounded by Colorado.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens there.
They didn't look.
When's the border war? When do they play?
Couple weeks, CSU. I think the 21st.
Okay, they got UNLV this week at home. Then they're at home again with San Jose State. Then they're at Air Force. And then the last weekend of October is at home against Colorado State. So they got a lot of home games here. Then of their last four, three are on the road.
Yeah, I talked to Jared Petrino yesterday. He mentioned that the Cowboys are home a bunch now when the weather's good, which is great because, do it now before home games next month. Forget it. It's going to be 10 feet.
Let's see. Well, all of their away games are in good weather. Their away games at San Diego State, at Fresno State, and at Hawaii. So
that's when you want to be away in late November. Hawaii's playing really well. I think they got a really good running back. Hawaii's playing great. I mean, that used to be just fun to go on that trip over there and play Hawaii, beat the stuffing out of them and have some Mai Tais. Now it's like, whoa, Hawaii's pretty good, man. Fly all the way over there to get our butts kicked. That'll be a fun.
It would be pretty easy to recruit to Hawaii.
Yeah, right?
At least maybe not the top recruits or just looking for the top programs, but
you
can get some good ones. You can get some good ones out of transfer portal. You can get some good JUCO transfers.
Yeah, you would think. Who doesn't want to play in Hawaii? Again, it's kind of like the Colorado Rockies. Given equal choices, a pitcher is deciding, do I want to pitch in, a big state like New York Yankees or Colorado? Oh, I'll go to New York. Given equal opportunity, Hawaii sounds pretty good. Northern Bismarck? Nope. I'll go to Hawaii. You would think they would get all the Samoans also, who are really good on the offensive and defensive lines.
Yeah. All the good ones, I think, go to BYU. And then then they go to Hawaii.
Yep. You're right. You're so smart about sports, Greg. No, you are. I never get to talk to anybody who knows sports. I get on with Claire. I'm like, Claire, how about the Cowboys? Huh? Yeah, it's nice. I got to take a break. What do you want to do?
I'm going to hang around. I'm going to go outside and try to find a cop.
Oh, yeah. Deal with that cat thing. Oh, you're going to go outside and try to find a cat. You can't call 911 for cat vomit. And if the phone lines are down, yes, you got to go out and find your own cop. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform...
Greg, you're the expert researcher. What time is it in Germany right now?
I don't know. It's later.
Later.
I don't know. Probably about 12 hours later.
So in Germany, if you were listening to the Cowboy State Daily Show, you're listening to yesterday's show live. Are they that far behind?
It's 2:52 p.m.
Oh, almost 3 in the afternoon.
6, 7, 8 hours.
Okay, Sue.
I know Japan is like 16 hours ahead.
Okay. By the way, Japan factors into the Einstein trivia. Einstein was a big fan of the Japanese.
Of course.
What do you mean, of course?
Okay. Well, oh no, that's Oppenheimer. That's not Einstein. Never mind.
You'll see why. Sue is joining us from Germany right now, watching the show, listening to the show. She's originally from Story. Hi, Sue. Daryl's with us from East Tennessee, and David says both sides need to grow up with this government shutdown thing. Yeah. What did you think of Trump's meme? Think it was pretty childish. I mean, I chuckled.
It was, but I thought it was funny.
All right.
You know, I thought it was funny. It was offensive. It was funny, and I think it's amazing that what you're seeing.
It is.
coming out of stuff.
It's astounding. The most powerful position on the planet, the POTUS, is tweeting at 2 a.m. or posting on his own social, whatever it is. We haven't had a president do that, like do stuff like that. Crazy. Okay, so Cheyenne Police Department. Yeah, if the phone lines go down and 911 perhaps is not an option, just run outside, try to find a cop, hail one down, or walk to the police station. Does that sound like?
Yeah. Apparently, that's what the Facebook said early yesterday morning. The dispatch center was having some problems. People would call in and they were getting a busy signal. And so someone in the police department told us yesterday afternoon, they got back to us about it. And you can kind of tell the tone of that they were kind of frustrated too. Someone at the dispatch center who has access to put out, announcements and stuff on the Facebook for the sheriff's office and the police department and stuff. And they should, because, if they need to get something out right away.
Yeah.
So someone put it out there that, if we're having some phone lines, if there's an emergency, please locate an officer on the street or into the Cheyenne Police Department.
If you're down on the kitchen floor with multiple stab wounds, bleeding out, try to get up and run outside and see if you can flag down a cruiser. I don't know what kind of...
That was up for a little bit. And the police department says, that is not protocol. That is not the way we do it. If we have if we have problems with our phone lines, what it does is a neighboring agency will pick up that dispatch for us.
Yeah.
You don't need to go out and find a cop. In fact, their quote was, to clarify, the Cheyenne Police Department does not expect the public to locate an officer station in an emergency.
It's not inherent. It's not incumbent upon you to find a police officer. We'll get you one once 911 is back up. I have a feeling somebody lost their posting privileges. Somebody should lose their posting privileges in Washington, D.C. as well, talking about inappropriate credentials to post.
Yeah. The information posted contained an error.
Yes. Well, if you're calling 911 and it's a busy signal, what are you supposed to do? There isn't another 911.
Isn't that a joke? Isn't that the joke? It's like you call 911 and get a busy signal.
Yeah. That's the beginning of a lot of good jokes.
To have that actually happen, that could be anything, a line could be cut or whatever.
Yeah.
But it should, once they know about it, then there are steps that they could do to like transfer it to some other place.
Yeah, that call gets rerouted, but in the meantime, in the very beginning, if it's not yet rerouted, you're getting a busy signal. So what are you supposed to do? I don't know. Find a cop.
I don't know, but people in the comments are having a little fun with it too.
Oh, are they?
Like, what's a good thing in Wyoming? We all have guns.
Yeah.
Take care of ourselves.
Right. Police response time, 28 minutes. My response time, 28 seconds. I just need to find where I put that 9mm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I kind of feel sorry for the police department. It went out on their Facebook page, but they didn't put it there. But they got to deal with that.
Yeah. They'll get over it. That'll be a new news cycle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I love the commercial, the UW commercial with the cow. It's so cute. I love it. What a great idea. NIL commercial promoting dairy. The athlete is a rodeo star, and it's pretty neat. I'm going to play that later, the actual commercial. First of its kind, University of Wyoming Athletics.
Yeah, I think they should be playing the cow.
Oh.
They need the cow.
Somehow, yeah. Somehow actually have the cow.
Left tackle.
The cow needs to put that cow in a helmet. What
Right.
what
Earn
number?
that NIL money.
What number would you give the cow? I don't know.
Any number it wants.
Yeah.
Well, in the commercial, it's number 68198.
Well, there you go.
So that's the number.
Now starting at right tackle, move
Right,
the cow.
it's got its ear tag, so it doesn't need a jersey.
Yes. All right, we got to go, Greg. Thanks for spending the morning with us.
All right. See you later.
Cowboy State Daily Show, top of the hour news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's congressional delegation declined to weigh in Wednesday on memes posted by President Donald Trump that mock top Democrats and used vulgarities. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry reports from D.C. that it's not surprising no one from Wyoming is commenting.
Wyoming's congressional delegation, they didn't want to touch this when I asked them for comment. These are staunch Trump political allies. Wyoming's 3 members of Congress are in lockstep with Trump on almost everything. They're not going to criticize him for this.
Both memes, one posted on social media Monday and the other on Tuesday, feature House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York with a fake sombrero and handlebar mustache. A federal court on Wednesday sentenced a mother to 1 year and 1 day in prison for supplying guns to her son, who in turn killed Sheridan Police Sergeant Nevada Krinke in 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker was in court when Eileen Hurley's defense attorney had a request for her imprisonment.
Her attorney specifically called for a special facility to help care for her medical issues because she's dealing with a myriad of health problems such as diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, and a plethora of others.
The federal courtroom at the U.S. District Court in Cheyenne was packed with Krinke family and friends, along with several uniformed police officers and Wyoming Highway Patrol troopers. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans. Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
A Wyoming outdoorsman took a break from elk hunting on Tuesday and called a bull moose to within 10 feet simply by grunting at it. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Owen Miller says he's called bull moose in a few times, though the animals have never gotten this close.
He doesn't have a moose license or anything like that, but they're in the rut right now, or the mating season, and so he says he's kind of figured out over the years of doing this that he can grunt. It just worked very well, and the moose got right up to within 10 feet of him, and he said he finally just talked to it, just said, okay, that's enough, you need to go away.
Miller had a similar experience during the same hunting trip on September 5th when he called another bull in close. When the Laramie County Combined Communication Center experienced problems early Wednesday morning with its administrative and 911 phone lines, resulting in a busy signal for incoming callers, it posted an alert to the public on its Facebook page. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that people were confused by the post.
One thing it said in the Facebook that was kind of interesting was that if you have an emergency, go out and find an officer on the street or come down to the Cheyenne Police Department.
The Cheyenne Police Department later clarified that the message was an error and was corrected. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans. Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
A multi-agency search for a man believed to have fallen into the North Platte River began at about 2 a.m. on Tuesday morning. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports the search ended more than 10 hours later. And now the Casper Police Department has turned the incident into an investigation of a possible case of false reporting.
Today, the police are saying that they're looking into filing a false report charge against this individual because they found the individual reported missing at his home and he was fine.
Department spokesperson Rebecca Ladd said the man was found safe at home. When Jane Goodall died Wednesday at 91, the world lost an iconic animal advocate and environmentalist. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that famed Wyoming wildlife photographer Tom Mangelson lost a dear friend.
He said he first met her about 25 years ago. She was there in Jackson for some kind of an event. And of course, even though it was a quarter century ago, by then she was already a legend.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek!
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama.
Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and Walter Hill joins us. Walter Hill is a pastor, author. We're going to talk about his latest book, Amazed Again. Walter Hill also can strum on a guitar. What else can we add to the list of things Walt Hill can do, man? The day he graduated high school or the day after, went right into the U.S. Navy. Deployments took him all over Europe, the Mediterranean, Middle East. It was there, overseas and working for the U.S. Navy, that he learned he had a gift for communicating faith, and into the ministry he went. So yeah, sort of traces, walk us through the timeline, Walt. Welcome on, and then we'll get to the book. What happened? And also, I've heard the most important thing about Walt Hill, he lives in Wyoming.
Yeah, Casper.
Cool.
Yeah, man. Well, it's been quite a journey, dude. Like you say, I mean, it's funny when you say that about me joining the Navy after high school, because now that feels like about 7,000 years ago. But it's been a journey, man. We've just always we've lived several states. Got here about 10 years ago. Wyoming is hands down the best place we've ever lived, man. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on your show. But
yeah, nice.
We love it here. We don't plan to ever leave because it's just fantastic. We love Wyoming, and
so cool.
Just doing everything we can, whether it's with music or writing or speaking or anything we can, to just encourage people, help them find faith, help them find their peace and their joy, and to recognize that there's a God who created us all and loves us. So we do that every way we can, any day we can, and that's our main thing all the way around.
I love that. We're going to talk about joy. That little 3-letter word is huge. It's important to you. You use it all the time in your literature. I see it, and we're going to talk about what that means to you and what it could mean to others who maybe read the book. But I want to go back to you get out of high school, you join the Navy. A lot of kids do that. They get right into the service. They want to get out of their hometown. They want to go see the world, whatever your reasoning. But it was there that you discovered, hey, I'm like, where was that faith instilled in you, and where and why did you want to share it when you got with fellow soldiers? Oh, they don't call them soldiers in the Navy. What are they? Fellow
sailors. Yeah,
sailors. Yeah.
Well, I had come to faith right at the end of high school. My mom died of pancreatic cancer when I was 15. And that had been a really difficult thing, really ripped the family down. And we were just in a real rough spot. A very dear friend of mine started sharing Christ with me. And at the time, I didn't really want to hear anything about it, but it wound up being a lifeline for me completely. So when I went into the Navy, I had I had no concept of like my job is to tell other people about this. That wasn't it at all. But started going to the little chapel service thing that they had on the ship for Christians just to kind of be there. And one day the guy said, hey, man, why don't you tell us your story of coming to faith? And it was just really moving to people. And I kind of checked that off. And the old chaplain on the ship, he pulled me off to the side and he said, you do that better than most people that I asked to tell their story. Like, do you want to share some other time? And I've always been grateful to him. He really saw something in me that I didn't, and kind of encouraged me to kind of step out a little bit, start sharing some things. And yeah, by the time we were coming off of that initial deployment, I was really starting to find my footing with it and really enjoying it. Just being able to communicate it to other people and see them find, their own faith. And that was kind of the beginning. So I've always been really grateful to that old chaplain, because I would have never thought, but he saw something.
Isn't that interesting? He recognized the gifting. For any of our listeners, whether you're a believer or not, you have gifts, you have talents, you're good at stuff. Maybe you're good at math and you're a CPA. I don't know. You're gifted in some way. Walter is gifted in the way of being able to communicate and do the things he does. So you get out, you're discharged from the Navy, and you go right into ministry. You're like, okay, I am good at this. I do like doing this. Seems to be a calling. And you do that without a church, but eventually you will be asked to be a pastor of a church. Like, how did that career get going post-Navy?
Well, as we were wrapping up our time in the Navy, Navy alternates between sea duty and shore duty. And so our last 3 years we were in was a shore duty stint. So we were home and we were part of a ministry of a church doing a young adults group for other Navy families. And it was just growing and really doing well. And there again, I was kind of just seeing like, I think this is something I can do. And the little invitations start coming in at that time, especially in the South. I was in Florida, man, and everybody wanted to have church all the time. Like it was almost a hobby, right? There was church all the time. And so I started getting little invitations, go to this church, go to that church and share and preach and do or whatever. And more of that was kind of going on. And so as we came around to getting out of the Navy and looking at having no paycheck, we said, well, let's give this a go. Let's just see what happens. If nothing else, if it doesn't work out, I'll go down to the airport and get a job throwing baggage or whatever. And one thing has led to another, to another, to another. And we've pastored 4 churches. We've planted a church one time. And currently, like I say, here in Casper at the Wellsprings Vineyard. And that's been what our life's been.
Cool. That's the day job. And then by night, you're also, now we can add to the list of stuff, an author. And the book, I'm excited to share with our listeners. I'm excited to read it myself. Amazed Again. We're going to talk about the details, what the chapters are, like what you can find out of this book. But let's talk about the inspiration, Walter. Like, did this really come from your son who said, I'm thinking about getting into ministry? And you're like, well, what could I tell him? What could I, if I wanted to build him the ramp to that, it looks like this. It looks like a book, Amazed Again. Is that how it happened?
Yeah, it was interesting. I've always enjoyed writing, and I've written a lot of like short things, articles or things like that. But my son was feeling a lead to ministry. We had never pushed him that way. I think, people have to find that for themselves. And so we've never pushed him. But when he said, I think this is what God wants me to do too. And we were excited about that. And I started to think, when I looked back over my whole journey, what I found consistently was joy is the piece of the puzzle. Like people going through a tragedy need to rediscover their joy. People that are worn down and tired need to rediscover their joy. I knew that in looking back over years of ministry, man, when trouble hits, you've got to find your way back to your joy in what you believe and who you love and who you have in your life. And so I had consistently seen that as a theme. And I thought, if he's going to do well at this, I need to give him something that helps him with some of these life lessons. And so, yeah, it's funny because the book really began more as me just writing my son like a journal, almost like, hey, here's some tips I picked up along the way, son, that'll help you find your joy when you lose it and help other people find their joy when they lose theirs. But as it was kind of coming together, not that it sounds funny to say this, but it was coming out better than I thought it would. And I was looking at it. And so I shared it with a friend and I said, do you think there's something to this? And it was really comical because he said, well, actually, I haven't been happy about anything in like 3 years. And I found that it was really giving me my joy back. So yeah, maybe people need this, And so yeah, we got with a publisher and put it out. So we're pretty excited about it.
Interesting. It's probably similar to, pastoring a church and then one day the worship leader doesn't show up. So you pick up the guitar and you sing a few songs and to your ear, you're like, you know what? That sounds pretty good. The book, this is flowing right off the pen or the keyboard. That's pretty cool. So the subject of joy keeps popping up, certainly in the book. Amazed again. Identify what is stealing your joy. Walk in a joy that doesn't fade. Joy is a common thing. I want you first, Walter, define joy for people who I think a lot of people, especially the unchurched or maybe anyone, identifies joy with happiness, and joy is not happiness. There's a quote in James in the New Testament about counting all things joy, even when things are going crap, even when what is hitting the fan. You can be in joy, not necessarily happiness. You can be miserable, but in joy. How is that? What is joy, Walter?
Well, I think, like you say, joy is that inner strength and hope that we're drawing from what we know rather than what's happening, right? So the root of the idea of happiness is what's happening. And so we see that if things are happening good for us, we're happy. Things are happening crappy for us, then we're not, and that goes up and down.
Yeah.
Joy is deeper than all of that because the things that I know to be true are true, even if I'm having a crap week and everything's going wrong. And so, Christ said, I told you all these things so that my joy would be in you and your joy would be full. And I think most of the time we lose it if we get so caught up in what's happening that we forget who we are, who he is, and the amazing, just eternal things that are still true, even on a day when everything's going wrong. And so it's really about that realigning focus a little bit. There's somebody listening to this right now, for example, that I am sure, just by odds and statistics, right, is having the worst week of their whole life. Like there's nothing good happening. And I would encourage that person. There's actually still some amazingly good things that are true for you right now that just might be getting obscured by all the garbage and all the things that are going wrong. But behind all of that, there's some great things that are true. And those are the things that we can draw our joy from.
Walter Hill is with us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. He's the author of a book, Amazed Again, and talking about the ups and downs of when you feel happy, unhappy, unhappy. That could be day to day, week to week, year to year in your life. But what is the hope? What is something you can grab onto that is unchanging? That is the joy. Now, this book, Walter, talk about two more things. One, why is this book important for the those without faith, those who don't believe, maybe once believed, don't anymore, they have no idea what it is to believe. For them, they know there's something missing in their life. They want some kind of joy because they've lost a spark. Every day's the same. I don't know. For those who don't know a God, why is this Amazed Again important for them? What will it teach them?
Well, I think the main thing that they'll take away from it is not to confuse God and his love for them with like church and religion and things that they've seen maybe that weren't great about all that. I think most of the time I've been a pastor for 26 years. And yes, there's problems with church. I get it. A church on its best day is an imperfect gathering of imperfect people maybe doing their best or maybe not even doing their best, but it's never a great reflection of how good God is, because we're all not that great, right? And so a lot of times people have had bad experiences at church, and so they just write off the whole thing. And one of the things that I explore in the book is, hey, don't do that. The God that loves you and made you and wants to give you your joy and help you find your peace in him. Well, if you hate church, that's okay. He can meet you at the lake. He can meet you at the riverbank. He can meet you sitting out in your deer blind or whatever. Like, he's everywhere and he loves you. And so if people have disappointed you, and it's almost a universal thing, this book will help a person, I think, really realize in a fresh way, hey, the God that loves me isn't trapped over there in that church building. He's right over here with me right now and trying to show himself to me right now.
Yeah.
And so I think it would really help people that are disillusioned with church and religion, because that's not where God lives. He's really looking for people.
And that's, that's my other question that you sort of touched on, Walt, is for those who are churched, for those who are believers. And yes, they're learning that, you know what, Sunday is a gathering where we're not at our best, but we're in our better clothes. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for those who experience church burnout, they're like, I don't find God in church anymore. This has just become a chore. For you, I mean, that's you're talking your language.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's so easy. You know, our human tendency of anything that's a routine loses its value, right? Like the first time you do something, it's really neat. It's got your full attention. The 500th time you do it, you barely are even paying attention. And unfortunately, church can do that too, where you just do it until you know the songs and you can sing them without thinking, and your head's already at Walmart and what you're going to buy when church is over and all the kind of things. We're humans. We're good at doing that. And so there's a lot of keys in the book to kind of help you rekindle that thing in your faith where you're really enjoying it. And sometimes those things are maybe a fresh look at what's happening at your church. But a whole lot of the other part is a fresh look at what is God trying to do in your life on Tuesday morning, driving in your car to work. You know, he's everywhere. He doesn't live at church buildings. And so it's just kind of a reminder that for him, this is very personal. And when we make it personal rather than religious, we find a joy in Christ that can really carry us. And man, we're in tough times, right? I mean, we see all this craziness going on around us. And so, you know, not for my own benefit, I really hope every single person listening hit up on Amazon and grab it. I think it will bless you. I think it'll help you. It's real affordable. It's not like anybody's getting rich off this. It's pretty affordable. And I hope it'll help people, because it's a challenging hour that we're living in.
It is. Walter, thanks so much. Author of Amazed Again, or you could call it Re-Amazed. Maybe that'll be the sequel. I don't know. Amazed Again.
Hey, good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. It's available on Amazon again. Amazed Again. You find it on Amazon wherever you get books. Look for Walter Hill. You can find him in Casper on any given Sunday or any day of the week, because they're all good days. Amazed Again. Walt, thanks for spending time with us. Appreciate it.
Appreciate being on, man. Have a great day.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Let's find out if it's a blessed day, so to speak, with the weather forecast. We get our weather guy in here. Day weather forecast. And Walt, I'm going to try to bounce you out. This requires some really tricky mouse clicking. All right, here we go. Back in the Zoom room, Don Day in the day weather forecast. Don, you're doing the hot balloon thing again. It must be that time of year.
Yep, I'm currently in Albuquerque at the moment.
Wow.
Getting ready for the 2025 Balloon Fiesta.
Sweet. Is it drying up down there?
Yeah, you know, I tell you, they've had it wet down here lately, and they've been a little bit worried about that. But right now, actually clear skies and nice weather so far.
Is it typically windy down there? That's probably why they do hot balloons down there? It's not.
No, the lack of wind.
Yes,
The
right.
lack of wind.
That sounds good. I don't even know what that means being in Wyoming.
I know, right? Well, the Rio Grande River Valley that goes through Albuquerque, that river valley is very well suited to have light winds in the morning. And in this environment down here, and into early October, that trend usually continues. So they joke around here, you can fly every day that ends in Y. That's not exactly true, but it is a good place if you like to do hot air balloons.
Yeah, and then very early in the morning, you typically shouldn't have wind. That's why they do the hot air balloon here in Jackson. You know,
Right.
they do them. They're down and done by mid morning. They want to be over with because you don't usually get wind early in the morning.
Well, the on a fair day, let's say there's just not much weather going on. Overnight, as the air cools and settles down, that cool air is dense and it likes to go down into the rivers and the creek bottoms. And that cool air is dense. It doesn't move very much. And so your lightest winds happen around and just after sunrise. Now you'll see that lull in the evenings too. But once the day heats up, the ground heats up, the air starts to rise, the air starts to mix. That's when you start to get the wind. So the mornings are the best.
So that's what firefighters say when the fire lays down at night. There's not as much wind activity, although it seems like again, it's going to be my perception of weather. And Don, you're going to tell me that it's not the same as actual statistics, but it feels like we haven't the last couple years of wildfires for sure. We haven't got that night where it lays down, where it gets quiet. It continues to be like wind blowing at night.
Well, yeah, some nights, yeah. I mean, some nights if there's a weather system going through, but most nights you're going to get that lull. You're going to get that settling of the wind.
Yeah.
But also you got to remember this: when you get into the mountainous terrain, higher terrain, you get to the ridge tops, the ridge lines and stuff. That's a little bit of a different situation than down in the valleys.
Yeah.
So you can have a different wind environment lower than higher.
You've got, because air wants to go up and down depending on temperatures. And okay. What a perfect day around Wyoming today. We're going to pay for it later in the week towards the weekend, but it's a pretty nice day today in Wyoming.
Yeah, take advantage of today and tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to see an uptick in showers, especially over the western side of the state. We'll see the leading edge of this front begin to bring in some weather tomorrow into the far west with showers and thunderstorms. Then for the weekend, it's not going to be great. That's for sure. We're going to see much cooler, wet conditions, especially in the central and the north. And as we've been talking, Jake, it's going to snow in the high country, the western mountains, the northern mountains in particular, several inches of snow. Be ready for winter weather advisories and other watches and warnings for winter weather in the high country of Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho. That's going to be happening Saturday through early Monday.
Yeah, if you're chasing the elusive Wapiti above 8,000 feet, get ready. Yeah.
Yeah, those snow levels will probably go lower.
Good advice, Don. Thanks so much. We'll look for you tomorrow, unless you're on a balloon. We'll see.
I'll let you know.
All right, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast, Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a break. We'll be right back after this quick word.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah, getting back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hoping to get our friend Justin Talon in here. He's scheduled to pop in with us. He's featured in the David Madison story about the long-lost Sergeant Thomas Cotner. Can you imagine finally getting closure if your family... Although I think David could not find any surviving family members who would be somewhat cheered by this news, because back in 1942, Sergeant Thomas Cotner of Casper, Wyoming, was declared lost. Later that year, he would be declared dead, killed in action, though the military never knew what became of him. All military knew, all the Air Force knew, was Sergeant Thomas Cotner was a radio operator and gunner on a B-17 Flying Fortress. And Sergeant Cotner completed a few missions prior to the one that would down his airplane that actually won him, he won a Silver Star, or he was awarded a Silver Star. I guess you don't win stars. He was awarded a Silver Star for action on January 19th, 1942. Bombing missions there. He was awarded a Silver Star. August 12th, 1942. Cotner was aboard a B-17 bombing mission against the Japanese shipping in Simpson Harbor for his actions, shooting down 3 Zero airplanes. The Japanese were attacked before, during, and after their mission by Japanese Zeros. Shot down 3 of those and badly damaged 4 ships on that August 12th, 1942 run. For these actions, earned a Silver Star. And then it was the fated mission on September 15th, 1942. Radio operator gunner Sergeant Cotner took off on the B-17 Flying Fortress on a night mission similar to the one he had taken just months prior. And after takeoff, no further contact was made with the bomber. Never knew what came of it. A day later, when the bomber failed to return, it was officially listed as MIA. Cotner himself was declared dead by January 7th, 1946. although nobody knew whatever happened to the sergeant until just recently. And the David Madison story is really cool, very interesting. And if not for the work of PacificRex.com, which is basically Justin Talon, he started that whole thing. And Justin Talon's just fascinated with World War II stuff, history, and especially with Rex, PacificRex.com, whether it's a boat, a plane. And Justin Talon was able to uncover, he's been able to uncover many mysteries that have went unsolved since the 40s. Decades later, his research, his dogged tenacity in finding out what happened to this, what happened to that, where is this wreckage? 8 decades later, the wreck of Cotner's B-17 was found on a remote island, and Justin Talon was instrumental in verifying that was the plane that was carrying Sergeant Cotner. He was actually, when he got the call, when he got notified, I don't know if he was notified or he just saw the photos actually appear somewhere online. Photos of this B-17 wreck on a remote island, and he thought, man, that's something I need to get to. He was in Papua New Guinea working on another missing aircraft case when a plane was discovered by a logging company working in the mountains, deep in a remote forested area of the mountains in New Britain Island. They were building a road, and they came across this plane. Would have never been found if not for this logging company working there. You would have never seen it in satellite photos. Nobody would have found it. And this plane was discovered by accident. The logging company took some pictures, posted them online, and Talon saw the pictures, and he said, I immediately realized, oh my God, this is an American airplane. This is a B-17. So Talon made plans to go visit this island. He found the wreckage, and he found the serial number. I don't even know how you find that. That was going to be one of my questions for Justin Talon. How do you find the serial number on this plane? He was able to find the wreck from 1942. And he said it's his opinion that all crew members aboard that plane likely died in the crash. There were 9 crew members on the B-17, including Casper's Thomas Cotner. He said from what he's seen, and this is 8 decades later, keep in mind, that they likely all died in the crash. I have no doubt most or all of the crew died in this plane crash. He found some bone fragments 80 years later. No complete skeletons. This has been a long, long time, obviously, but at least the mystery now solved. A World War II veterans bomber discovered in a New Guinea jungle. Mystery solved, and thanks to Pacific Rex, which is Justin Talon. Talon was inspired to do stuff like this, to create the nonprofit Pacific Rex and do stuff like this because, at a young age, his grandfather, Carl, was a United States Army combat photographer. So Talon grew up with this kind of spark in him, this kind of inspiration. He attended RPI, Rensselaer Polytech Institute, where he took courses during high school and college. More and more he started getting into. In fact, during his senior year in college, he worked on a World War II project, which would basically created a database that would become the repository, that would become a database of Rex, that would become his current nonprofit, PacificRex.com. He's made many noteworthy discoveries. Disappeared ships, sunken ships, and crashed airplanes that were lost to history, if not for the work of Justin Talon and PacificRex.com. It's an amazing story. David Madison had that in the Cowboy State Daily just a few days ago. It's pretty cool. And I don't know where Justin is. He's supposed to be on. He is a missing wreck right now. He's supposed to be on the show, but he might have got sometimes different time zones are confusing for some of our guests. That could be it. So we'll pivot and we'll go to this day in history. How about that? This day, October 2nd, these things happen in history. President Grant, that would be Ulysses, right? President Grant visited Cheyenne on this day in 1874. October 2nd, 1909, the ranching community rejoices in Wyoming. It's announced that a coyote-proof fence had been invented. No more coyotes in the livestock. Would that turn out to be true? I don't know. We're still got coyote problems. Now we got wolf problems on top of that. But on this day in 1909, it's announced that a coyote-proof fence had been invented. Speaking of presidents, 1919 this day, President Woodrow Wilson suffered a stroke that left him partially paralyzed. He had only recently been visiting in Cheyenne. It was this day, though, that Wilson would collapse during a speech he was giving in Pueblo, Colorado. And he was it was part of a grueling transcontinental speaking tour that took him to, yes, Wyoming, days earlier. And then during a stop in Pueblo, he collapsed while speaking, suffered a debilitating severe stroke. Not the first one in his life. He had suffered a mild stroke earlier in 1896. It was sort of ironic. President Woodrow Wilson, also a very known and noted hypochondriac. But this day in history, suffering a severe stroke, leaving him partially paralyzed. President Woodrow Wilson, 1919. Also this day in 1919, you remember the year. That was the year the Chicago White Sox were accused of and finally convicted of throwing the World Series. This was Game 2, this day, Game 2 of the World Series. The Chicago White Sox were so bad at being bad, they almost won the game. The Chicago White Sox did lose today, Game 2 of the World Series, but barely, even trying supposedly to lose. This day, 1924, Governor William Ross dies while in office. His wife, Nellie Taylor Ross, would eventually take over the office, but originally appointed to finish or at least step into the term as governor was Frank Lucas. He was appointed acting governor of Wyoming when Governor William Bradford Ross died on this day. Complications following an appendectomy. The wife, Nellie Taylor Ross, would step in later in one of the most interesting political stories of all time. The wife serving in office following the husband. I mean, that did not happen every other day in the 1920s, that's for sure. She would serve only until 1926 when she would lose a subsequent election. This day, 1937, David McCullough, historian, biographer, was born. Happy birthday, David. One of his fine biographies is something called Mornings on Horseback, which deals with the early years of Theodore Roosevelt. 1950 this day, the comic strip Peanuts by Charles M. Schulz was first published, the very first Peanuts, October 2nd, 1950. All these things happen on this day in history, and I think it's time to rodeo. Let's check in with the Western Ag Network and Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. We are in the regular season of professional rodeo has ended officially. I got together with Bob Tallman this week, and we had a chat about the end of the regular season and the drama that goes with all of that. Hall of Fame announcer, the great Bob Tallman from his home in Weatherford, Texas, on the Road Show, coming up next.
The 2025 Nile Ranch Rodeo is coming to Metro Park October 18th. Come see teams of working cowboys and cowgirls as they compete in events that demonstrate their daily work on the ranch. The Nile Ranch Rodeo preliminaries are Friday, October 17th at 8 a.m., with the finals Saturday, October 18th at 6:30. After the rodeo, enjoy dancing in the dirt with Kyle Shobe and the Wacom Boys. Get your Nile Ranch Rodeo tickets today at Metro Park box office or metropark.com.
Every dollar you spend on cattle supplements should give you a return. Too often, it doesn't. Smart Lick protein tubs fix that with consistent, self-fed nutrition that improves conception, calf health, and gains. No wasted time, no wasted labor. Just proven results that put money back in your pocket. Feed smarter, not harder. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
So yesterday was the last day of the PRCA regular season, and you and I have kind of glanced at the top 15, but I think they're still counting money myself. There's only a couple $100 separating 15 from 16. So,
well, my grandson Canyon ropes quite often at and here at home with Colton Schmidt, the Canadian from Barhead, who just got his dual residency. And over the weekend, between everything else we were doing, we were constantly on the bubble watching. And I watched the rodeo at Sioux Falls, the first two parts. I didn't get to see the last one. But he made it by a few $1,000s in the number 15 spot on the heading side.
Wow. Yeah.
So all my family was watching that, and I'm very proud that Tilden Hooper came through in the clutches of the last minute.
One of my absolute heroes and now favorite people as well. Bob Tallman, the Hall of Famer, on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle. But you will. But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and we get Jackie Dorothy in here with us. Jackie wrote that story about tiny little Ucross, Wyoming is sort of an art mecca, the Taos of Wyoming. Artist residency program began in 1983. It's the idea of Raymond Plank, and since then, they've hosted more than 3,000 artists from all kinds of states, foreign countries. 115 artists are selected for the residency each year. It's a coveted spot, a chance to go do your art in the wild, in the middle of nowhere, Ucross. And it might be, that would be inspiring for me, Jackie, to take yourself out of your studio, your normal surroundings, and go to Ucross, Wyoming, and commune with nature and do your thing, sculpt, paint, whatever.
That's exactly what it's all about, is just getting back to nature. And I think what's so cool about it is when you look at the list of Pulitzer Prize winners and just the caliber of the artists and writers and performers that have come out of Ucross and how competitive it is. Who would have known?
I would not have known. 940 applicants last time around, only 50 or 60 artists accepted. Virginia Brosma from California.
Just call her Virginia.
Virginia has been trying for a couple years to get in. So this has become quite a exclusive club to get invited to, man.
It really has. I was actually her second time to try. And you think about what her portfolio looks like. She's been showing in galleries. She's been doing this for years. And to get into Ucross, it really is very competitive. And I just love the fact that they almost double their population with these artists.
Yeah.
They add a third more with 10 artists at a time living in these homes. And then you have the people living on the ranch taking care of them. It's about double half the population is right there on the ranch.
Oh, see, they do that many a year, but not at the same time. I was wondering how they got that many people in Ucross. So they take only like 10 at a time for, yeah.
It's spread out, and it's just a wonderful experience. And yeah, that many people at once would be way too many.
Yeah.
50 or 60. I know to the East Coast, that's nothing. 50 people, no big deal. To Wyoming, we're like, oh, we're in a crowd. We need to go somewhere else.
You wouldn't be able to book a restaurant in Ucross if you could find one. Yeah, that would be too many people. But what a neat program. I did not know that. I mean, all I know of Ucross is it's tiny. There's like nothing. But who knew that at any given time you could find 10 of the finest artists in the world there just doing their thing? Wow.
So what Ucross is, and I really had to figure this out myself or wrap my head around it, is it's this area is a ranch. It's the Ucross Ranch, about 20,000 acres. And they took 1,000 of those acres and made it into this retreat for artists. So they have the artist residency. And everyone has their own house, their own studio. And the staff is there to help them. And the staff is also artists. And the other 19,000 acres is actually a working ranch. They have it leased out for cattle and sheep.
Yeah.
So it's definitely Wyoming. This is how we do business here.
Little known trivia fact, Jackie, you probably did know this. When I came out west from New York, I would come out for summers only for a few years working at ranches till I finally made the permanent switch. And I would apply to ranches. You know, there's certain websites you can do it on. And I was invited to come to Ucross Ranch. And I didn't end up going only because I couldn't find it. It said it was a ranch in Ucross, and I looked at a map. I'm like, where is Ucross, Wyoming? Like, it sounds made up. I didn't know where it was. Darn.
Oh, you missed out on a great opportunity.
Oh,
how heartbreaking. Now that you know what it is.
I did.
Out there it's by the big town of Claremont.
If I only knew.
And by Buffalo.
just ill-informed me back then. The Ucross experience is pretty neat. Why artists are trying to get into this residency program? Why not? I mean, of course, you want to do something like this.
When they did the calculation of what it's worth, it's $12,000 on average. They pay for your travel stipend there. And they have people from all over the world that apply for this, not just the United States.
Yeah.
And you get a chef prepares all your meals, your breakfast and your lunch, they deliver. And then dinner. That's the only requirement while you're there is that you come together for dinner. You're not required to do art if you don't want to. They said, Virginia said that sometimes she was just there soaking it up and being inspired because she's in LA. She's in the big city right now. And she missed being in the wide open spaces. So this was a beautiful experience for her. 3 weeks of just soaking up Ucross, Wyoming.
Yeah, I'm jealous. That sounds great. If I was an artist, I would love to take advantage of this program. I didn't even know it existed till Jackie Dorothy wrote about it.
They take riders, Jake.
Oh, that is an art. Okay.
It is. There's, I think it's limited to the type of art she does. There's only 4 at a time that are allowed to come because that's how many studios they have. Okay. So other people are, they have playwrights, they have authors. That's why I mentioned the Pulitzer.
Yeah.
As I stumble over that word, but there are these all interdisciplinarians, you know, all walks of life.
Yeah. All right. That's cool. One of my favorite things about history and digging up old history is how history is often wrong or weird. Like some tales get told and then retold, and sometimes history doesn't have it right. You really got to search for truth when you're trying to be a historian. The old story that Butch Cassidy died when he blew himself up. Is that common belief? Is that even true, Jackie?
Well, it's not that common of a belief, but it was definitely something that caught people's attention, that there was a Robert Parker in, what year was that? 1900, that blew himself up. It was one of those things of they did not pay attention to what they were doing. They had been hired by the railroad to dig up this gravel for the, because it was at the time when outside of Laramie, they were taking out all the sharp curves and trying to straighten out the railroad. So they're taking all this gravel, and this guy had this brilliant idea of taking the dynamite that was frozen solid, because this is February in Wyoming.
Oh, no.
Put it in a bucket of water and thaw it out. Well, they weren't watching their dynamite. The water boiled away. The dynamite hit the metal of the bowl, the bucket. One guy was thrown 30 feet. Everyone was just blown sideways. And Robert Parker lost his leg. And so as they brought him in and they're trying to save him, I think actually probably the amputation in those days did worse work than anything.
Yeah.
And he ended up passing away. So then the newspapers carried the story, Robert Parker, we need to find your family. And who else bears that name but Butch Cassidy? That is Butch Cassidy's legal name.
Okay.
That's where the confusion starts. And then what happens is that theories abound that this is the Butch Cassidy, that he actually died in 1900, but it was his cousin. They actually shared the same great-grandfather and were named after the same Robert Parker that they both bore the name. Just for one, the one that died was Robert Parker, and you will love this. It's kind of, unfortunately, appropriate. His last name was Heap. So what Mike Bell, our historian, loves to talk about is that Robert Parker Heap ended up in a heap, and he didn't. And the story doesn't have a leg to stand on.
Jackie Dorothy's story. It sounds believable. It sounds like that's how an outlaw would do. Like, he'd be so lazy if he got this job with the railroad, he'd be like, let's use dynamite. And he would make a mistake.
It sounded like a lot of hard work in February.
Yeah.
And this guy actually never was an outlaw, but it sounds like, and that's what Mike Bell's doing the research, is that they've crossed paths before. And I've come across this guy, this Robert Parker, because that sounds like that's what he dropped the last name Heap, which was common. A lot of people would take their mom's names in those days.
Yeah.
We have a lot of families here that when you do the research, it's their family name is from the mother. Which you don't realize. But anyway, fake Cassidy.
Jackie Dorothy's story, that wasn't really Butch Cassidy blew himself up. That was his cousin. Thank you, Jackie. Have a great day.
Will do.
We got to get to news on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jade.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. More than 24 sheriff's deputies stood ready for immigration enforcement duties Wednesday in the Laramie County Board of Commissioners meeting room, waiting to be sworn into the new expansion of their roles. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonell reports that not everyone is in favor of this program.
This is a pretty well-known program federally. States across the country use it to help, local law enforcement, help kind of the federal side of things with federal law enforcement. It's controversial in some states. Here in Wyoming, the State Highway Patrol participates, and Brian Kosak, the Laramie County Sheriff, said that they've had a good partnership with the ICE field office. The ACLU chapter of Wyoming is very against it. I got a statement today from Antonio Serrano, who's their advocacy director, saying that it's improper to use kind of local sheriff's deputies that could be doing other kind of law enforcement functions locally, do federal law enforcement. They think it's a distraction and that it really just doesn't help build trust within communities, especially immigrant communities. The ICE field director, Robert Guadian from Denver, that office serves both Wyoming and Colorado, said that actually a lot of people from these immigrant communities prefer working with ICE because the criminals that the 287G program intends to go after, in a sense, these are people that are terrorizing or victimizing communities that are mainly immigrant.
The 25 deputies will participate in the task force component of a program which allows the officers to work with federal authorities in enforcing immigration law and detaining people who are in the country illegally. A federal court on Wednesday sentenced a mother to 1 year and 1 day in prison for supplying guns to her son, who in turn killed Sheridan Police Sergeant Nevada Krinke in 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker was in court when Eileen Hurley's defense attorney had a request for her imprisonment.
Her attorney specifically called for a special facility to help care for her medical issues because she's dealing with a myriad of health problems such as diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, and a plethora of others. She's also 71 years old, which her attorney argued is akin to a life sentence, sending her to jail with all of these combined medical issues.
The federal courtroom at the U.S. District Court in Cheyenne was packed with Krinke family and friends, along with several uniformed police officers and Wyoming Highway Patrol troopers. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
A Wyoming outdoorsman took a break from elk hunting on Tuesday and called a bull moose to within 10 feet. simply by grunting at it. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Owen Miller says he's called bull moose in a few times, though the animals have never gotten this close.
He doesn't have a moose license or anything like that, but they're in the rut right now, or the mating season. And so he says he's kind of figured out over the years of doing this that he can grunt. He says you kind of grunt the word rump, and it works. He's had a few come in fairly close, maybe not as close as this one. This one got to within about 10 feet of him. And in this instance, which happened yesterday afternoon, it just worked very well. And the moose got right up to within 10 feet of him. And he said he finally just talked to it, just said, okay, that's enough. You need to go away.
Miller had a similar experience during the same hunting trip on September 5th when he called another bull in close. As constitutionality questions around school choice persists in Wyoming courts, the state's Libertarian Party is publicly encouraging opponents to reconsider their stance on it, saying school choice doesn't need to be MAGA. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonell says some are taking to social media to plead their case.
This is interesting, just a couple social media posts put out within the last week, one by the state's Libertarian Party and then their one for Americans for Prosperity. They're really just referencing school choice, which is a hot button issue in the state right now. The Wyoming Education Association has brought forward a lawsuit that's currently going up to the state Supreme Court. A bill was passed the past legislative session that allows for school choice, school voucher program.
The Wyoming Education Association this year challenged the constitutionality of a new school choice program offering state funds to families seeking alternate education. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college, my daughter got married. I have grandchildren, and I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. One way to attract moose is to just evoke the name of the President of the United States in a grunting manner. Trump, Trump. And the moose will come. Something like that. Good story from Mark Hines about Hunter Owen. What was he was trying to call an elk, right?
No, he was
Owen Miller.
He was out elk hunting.
Oh,
but just saw the moose and decided to call him in.
Oh, to see.
Yeah, yeah. So that's how that transpired.
Right, right. We've all seen like the elk bugle. Some people can do it with their mouth. Some use the apparatus.
Yeah. I'd have to use the apparatus. I can't make elk sounds with just my vocal cords.
No, I can't either. And I've only ever had a cow tag, and you can't make women of any species do anything. Maybe the guy you can call in, but women are too smart to listen to the calls. I think.
Females are just smarter than us, I think.
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
I did not know Tom Mangelson knew and was friends with Jane Goodall, although I should have guessed. They're birds of a feather, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'd heard him mention it a couple times. It was really, it was Wendy who, Wendy Core, who tipped me off to that because she did a podcast with Tom, and I think they dove into that a little bit, his decades long friendship with her. So, that's how that transpired. But yeah, it sounded like a really cool friendship that lasted almost a quarter of a century, and they went all over the world together. But I think the interesting part was almost every year. He said almost every year from the time they made it out in March to watch the crane migration on the Platte River there in Nebraska. So
Very cool.
That was kind of their thing to do together every spring. And yeah, I didn't realize that she was into, it was far more than just primates. She was like, Tom said she was into all sorts of critters, and that she loved watching the cranes and loved watching the grizzlies here in Wyoming as well. So it's kind of kind of cool things to learn.
Yeah, I thought Jane was always just hanging out with monkeys and chimps and apes and stuff like that. But yeah, I love that story about her coming out to Wyoming, and Tom said, she wanted to see wolves. He's like, well, we got to go way out to Hayden Valley. That's a bit of a ride. She's like, I got time. Just get me back to my flight tomorrow. And she was a bit of a good luck charm. Tom said when he took Jane with him to Yellowstone, they saw a lot of stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
And a great way to, have a story about the passing of Jane Goodall and to make a Wyoming tie with Tom Mangelson. Really good.
Yeah. No, I thought that was an interesting story to do, and he had some great photos. And there's I think there's one with Dave Matthews in it too. So
I saw that.
I didn't realize Dave liked coming out here, but I guess he does.
I didn't know that. I saw the photo and I'm like, well, I know that guy looks familiar. I know these two. Yeah. I know Tom. I know Jane. Who that other dude though? He looks very familiar. Yeah, Dave Matthews. Crazy.
He's got some good tunes.
What else you got in the Cowboy State Daily? I'm a little behind. I'm not caught up with you.
Well, let's see. We had the thing with the moose and with Jane Goodall. Did you and I go over the whatnot with baiting big game animals?
Oh no,
I did that story. Yeah, that was interesting because it's that last year that pretty prominent guy in Utah, county commissioner and former member of their game commission, got himself in hot water because the DNR went out there and they said that he was deliberately baiting mule deer bucks and charging dudes upwards of $40,000 a pop to come get you just like that's illegal on all sorts of levels. If I heard back from the clerk of court that case is still in process, but if those charges stick, that's some serious stuff. And it just it shows. I think I don't know if you've seen those videos of how the guys hunt maybe down south or back east where they're just sitting in the blind over a pile of corn. And, a lot of folks in Wyoming go, "Dude, that's not hunting." It's like, wow, how can you call that hunting?
Really takes the ethical chase out of hunting. I know.
And some of them, well, it was funny though. The one retired game warden said he caught a guy deliberately baiting deer with antler supplements out here. And there are some places in the, different parts of the country where they deliberately do feed their, it's kind of like steroids for deer. They feed them antler supplements so they can get bigger, just so they can, come along and shoot them. But I don't that's hard for me to wrap my head around. I mean, literally giving an animal supplements to make it bigger. It's like, it seems to me like you're really blurring the lines there. But no, it's common practice in some parts of the country.
September,
but not out here.
No. I know they bait in Texas. They do a lot of weird things in Texas.
Yeah.
Mark Hines' story, September 30th, baiting elk with, for instance, salt licks, not okay. It was once okay in Wyoming. You may learn that.
Yeah. That's the old timer told me that. Way back in the day, I think it was kind of they more or less turned a blind eye to it, but then it became not cool, and so they got it on the books that was not legal in Wyoming to do that. So
Mark also points out in this story that there is a distinction. Some people in the winter on the low like to help elk or mule deer by feeding them. And Mark points out that, throwing hay, some crappy hay you don't want to give to your horse to elk, That might be, just don't tell a game warden about it, but don't do it to deer because they can't eat the hay like elk.
Yeah, deer can't. Yeah, we did an article a couple years back on that where it talks about mule deer just have really elk are kind of garbage guts. maybe like you and me, Jake.
Yeah,
they can eat just about anything and be happy.
Yeah,
but deer have a very a much more sensitive digestive system. They just do not adjust well to sudden changes in their diet, and it'll throw them for a loop and kill them. So that's why they say do not feed hay to deer. So you have to get. I guess they make pellets. I don't know if it's called deer chow, but I guess they're specially made pellets or wafers that they'll emerge. I know they did it once when I was in Idaho. They had to feed the deer wafers to keep them from starving. But if you remember Game and Fish, there was a lot of people criticized them harshly a few years back when we had that horrible winter because they were feeding deer to the south of us in Utah. But Game and Fish opted not to do that, and some people were upset at them for that. So
Yeah. Well, I see you're rocking the brown and gold. It must be the second Wednesday in the month when we do Wyoming. Is that Wyoming Day?
I don't know. This is the shirt I grabbed. I was a fun fact. I was a UW employee for 6.5 years, so I still have some of the swag and I still wear it occasionally. But no, I don't pay attention to as Claire would call it. I don't follow sports ball. I used to see Coach Bowl every morning when I was making my pre-dawn deliveries.
Oh yeah,
when I was making deliveries on campus. Yeah, he was a real friend. He'd always stop and say hi. He was very, very friendly guy.
He's a great coach.
I just didn't follow the football. I grew up hunting. I mean, that's what we did in the fall. We didn't sit down and watch TV in my house. We were out hunting. So.
I didn't follow
my
the
dad.
sports ball.
My dad was a Luddite. He hated television. He thought it was the devil's box. So we were very limited in what we were allowed to watch. So.
Get away from that. Did you even have one?
For many years, we did not. Shockingly enough, I grew up without a television for much of my childhood. Yeah.
This explains so much about Mark Hines. Did not have TV.
You know what? And it's funny. We finally got one when I was in high school. We finally got one, and it was a color TV, no less.
Oh.
And guess what I watched on a religious basis?
Oh no.
Miami Vice.
Oh, really? I would not have guessed that. I would not have guessed that.
Junior and senior year of high school, I really got into Miami Vice because Dad finally allowed a TV in the house.
And of all the things, I would have thought that the TV would be locked on the RFD channel or something. Miami Vice?
Freaking Miami Vice, yeah.
Wow. I would not have guessed that. Interesting. All right, what are you working on? Can you give us a sneak preview? What's coming out over the weekend?
No, let's just say got something interesting having to do with some pack animals, and I'll leave it at that.
I hope nothing's in trouble.
No, this is a fun one. This is
good. All right. Yeah, nothing sad over the weekend, Mark. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily. He's got a few stories you should check out. Baiting elk with food or salt licks. Is that ethical hunting? It's not even legal hunting in Wyoming, although they do it elsewhere in other states. Calling in a big bull moose, yeah, that's possible. Owen Miller just did it the other day, and he called it right in. That bull moose got so close, Owen had to chase it off. He's like, he was behind a tree. Don't worry. He said, I'm brave, but I'm not an idiot. But what a rush. Called a bull moose in within 10 feet of himself, just using the word rump or Trump. Grunted in fashion. Trump. President Trump. Here come the moose. And famed photographer Tom Mangelson remembers his decades-old friendship with Jane Goodall, passed away yesterday at the age of 91. Some great photos Tom shared with us. Would you expect anything less from the wildlife photographer he is? Check out those stories in the Cowboy State Daily. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. You hear us and see us live on YouTube, X, Facebook, on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. Run it back on demand, archived wherever you find your favorite podcast. And we're live and syndicated later in the day on several radio stations across Wyoming. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type. No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake yesterday marked our 1-year anniversary on the air. The very first Cowboy State Daily show was October 1st, 2024. Christina wishing us a happy anniversary, happy birthday, whatever you call it. Christina in Maryland, congrats on your 1-year anniversary. Warm greetings from a daily listener. Thank you, Christina. And thanks for listening. The CEO of Ford had an epiphany and shared that with Fortune magazine. The CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, delivered an urgent message Tuesday, revealing a personal epiphany he had about the workforce in general after talking to his own workforce at Ford, those who make Ford cars, Ford trucks, Ford CEO Jim Farley said, "I talked to my employees, my factory on the factory floor, blue collar workers, my Gen Z workers, and here's what I learned." And he said it shocked him to the core, and he's worried about the future of his company and others. And he said, here is his eye-opening epiphany. He said his Gen Z workers for Ford have 3 jobs because the one job they have with Ford doesn't pay them enough to live. Well, welcome, CEO Jim Farley, to the real world. You know, in talking with his own employees, he's like, "Why are you late to work today?" "I'm tired because I was working my night job." "Well, why can't you move your night job to the weekend?" "Because that would interfere with my 3rd job." "What do you mean you have 3 jobs? You have 2 jobs other than the one that you have here, putting the hoods on Ford F-150s? Yeah, I do, Mr. Farley. I have 3 jobs to make things work." CEO Jim Farley, by the way, annual salary for him, $24.9 million last year. So, and that's kind of on the low end for CEOs, right? $25 million a year for the CEO of Ford. Wonders why his blue collar factory workers have 3 jobs. Because they're not pulling down $25 million, Jim. That's why. Rolling Stone reporting that big planned Woodstock of Yacht Rock is disintegrating. They may have to cancel it. It was to take place in Cabo San Lucas. The problem is all the artists keep dropping out. Christopher Cross, and by the way, Yacht Rock, for those who don't know, it's kind of like that easy listening soft rock music of the 70s and 80s. Yacht rock works with almost everyone, like old white guys, young 20-something women. Everybody loves yacht rock. Christopher Cross back in the day, Kenny Loggins, he would be an example of yacht rock. Pablo Cruz, remember him? Alan Parsons Project. Jimmy Buffett would be a yacht rocker, I guess. All these artists of yacht rock, this was going to be a big festival, big festival scheduled for October 24th, running through October 26th. Not been officially canceled yet, but the Woodstock of yacht rock is in trouble. Apparently dropping out. The headliner, Alan Parsons, announced Tuesday, due to circumstances outside of his control, he would no longer be taking place. Kenny Loggins, he said, "I'm out too." Christopher Cross, "I'm gone." Al Stewart, remember his song, Year of the Cat? I wish I could play these songs. Year of the Cat. He's out. And Pablo Cruz, all canceled in the past week. Who's left in the big yacht Woodstock of yacht rock? I have no idea, but it looks like it's falling apart as we speak. So is this show. Apparently, we're supposed to have a guest on right now. And Charlie Prince, who is the proud owner of one of the longest, if not the longest, continuously operating brothels in Montana. She now owns this, the Red Light District building. She was going to come on and talk to us about why it's haunted. She has a personal experience about it being haunted. Some of the ladies of the night who used to work there. I mean, to hear moans in a former whorehouse is probably not unusual. That doesn't mean there are specters and ghosts doing it. Means you're probably hearing stuff that happened back in the 1930s. Moans of delight. I don't know. But this former brothel operated in Montana for 90-something years, even during a time when prostitution was supposedly not legal in Montana. But that didn't, most everybody turned a blind eye to that. Brothels operated openly in Butte, Montana up until like the early 1980s. And this particular brothel, the Dumas brothel in Butte, Montana, opened its doors in 1890 and operated right up till about 1982. And Charlie Prince and her husband own the brothel. And if you would have told her she'd be the owner of it, no way. In fact, she was in town in 2018, just happened to be in town for a surgery when she heard the building was up for sale. And a day later, she owned it. Yeah, pretty interesting story. The original story we had on it was written by David Madison. He's sort of our Montana specialist. He lives up there in Montana. And the headline is, longest continuously operating brothel in the U.S. was in Montana, and it's now haunted. Oh, I thought it was the longest in Montana. Longest continuously operating brothel in the United States was in Butte, Montana, and it's now haunted. Ask anybody. It's now a tourist attraction. You can even rent it out overnight if you dare for the adventurous, and it's owned by Charlie Prince and her husband, who just, happened to buy it. We'll tell you the story about how they happened to cross it and why they now own it. Charlie and her husband, David. I don't want to give it away. I want her to tell the story, but she is not with us this morning. Okay. We are 0 for 2 on guests today. Let's instead check in with the Game and Fish. Ray Hageman has this report for Wyoming Game and Fish. We'll be right back after that.
The Game and Fish is accepting nominations for the 2026 Hall of Fame. Details coming up next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is accepting nominations for the 2026 Wyoming Outdoor Hall of Fame. This honor recognizes individuals who have made significant, lasting, lifetime contributions to the conservation of the state's outdoor heritage. Nominations will be accepted until March 2026. Game and Fish Director Angie Bruce says being inducted into the Wyoming Outdoor Hall of Fame is the highest recognition for a lifetime of outstanding contributions to conservation. She says we're excited to see the nominations for our 2026 inductees and encourage everyone to help us find and honor those individuals who have dedicated their lives to preserving Wyoming's outdoor heritage. Nominees must have influenced conservation in Wyoming through a sustained and outstanding contribution during the course of their employment or through volunteer efforts. The Wyoming Outdoor Hall of Fame also recognizes a Youth Conservationist of the Year, a category implemented in 2023 to honor a Wyoming resident 18 years or younger who has shown leadership and achievement in conservation. The nomination committee will review submissions to make selections in March. The committee will consider whether the nominee's contribution was of statewide, interstate, or national significance, and whether it affected a wide range of natural resources and their use. To submit a nomination for the Hall of Fame inductee or for the Youth Conservationist of the Year, send a completed application you can get on the Game and Fish website and a summary of accomplishments to the department. Submissions can be sent via email to amanda.fry@wyo.gov. The Game and Fish continues to seek information on a pronghorn buck illegally shot and left to waste near Rock River. The crime occurred on private land along the Fetterman Road. The pronghorn was killed before 7:30 a.m. the morning of August 29th. An individual driving a dark gray Chevy truck was seen in the area and is suspected of being involved. North Laramie Game Warden Elise Calhoun says we're seeking the public's assistance with this investigation. Anyone with possible information or who was in the area and may have noted something suspicious is encouraged to call Elise Calhoun, the North Laramie Game Warden, at 307-745-4402.
Callers are reminded to take note of license plates and any specific details of vehicles, people involved, and locations. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, in other game and fish news, welcome aboard to a couple of new game wardens, young-looking dudes, baby-faced, young-looking dudes in the Jackson region. I didn't know that Kyle Lash, who I would consider my game warden, if I'm out in the field, I'm going to encounter Kyle Lash in the Jackson area. But Kyle got kicked upstairs. I didn't know that. We'll tell you where Kyle can be found these days. Wyoming Game and Fish Department Jackson Region announces the appointment of 2 new game wardens, Colton Galambus and Cody Schoonover. Colton and Cody. Galambus takes the position of South Jackson Senior Game Warden. That's the job previously held by Kyle Lash. Kyle Lash has been here for a long time. He's the man, but he's promoted to Game Warden Coordinator in Cody. So congrats for you, Kyle. Sorry that I won't see you around Jackson as much, but we will see Colton Galambus, however you say his last name. He joined the Game and Fish in 2021, initially working in habitat and access, later as a wildlife technician. He was up there in Lovell previously, working as a game warden in the Lovell area in 2022. So, yeah, way to go, Colton. The other guy, Schoonover, he's going to serve as the Afton Senior Game Warden. Takes over for James Hobbs, who was promoted to Regional Wildlife Supervisor, Green River. Hobbs had been in Afton since about 2016, long time. Schoonover takes over. He was previously Senior Game Warden in the Cheyenne area and Alpine. Most recently, Cokeville. So welcome aboard, Jackson and Afton. It is Colton and Cody working the Jackson and Afton area, respectively, for Wyoming Game and Fish. Nice. And Kyle, we're going to miss you, man. What else is going on in the world? Cowboy State. Oh, we got a Zoom visitor. Who is this? Oh, Charlie. Charlie Prince is going to make the scene. All right. So I was talking about Charlie. Let me set that up again. Charlie Prince, is that you? You with us?
I am.
Hi. So, yeah, I was explaining the story to some people who maybe have not yet read it. David Madison has a story about the longest continuously operating brothel in the United States, thought to be right there in Butte, Montana, the Dumas.
The Dumas, yes.
Yeah, so you did not set out to be the owner of the Dumas. You just happened to be in town when you heard, but you were fascinated with all things haunted. So how did these two things collide one day?
Well, actually, I was in town. We were there for a totally different reason. I was there for a medical procedure. And when we were getting ready to leave, we had spoken with the owners and they were like, hey, I know this place is up for sale, but I don't know when. And lo and behold, we read the paper the next morning. It was just right there. But the sale was in an hour and a half.
And you had to think, I mean, you when you originally heard about it, you're like, oh, okay, you weren't that eager about running out asking what the sale price was, but then you see it in the paper the next day on the front page, Dumas brothel, for sale for back taxes. It was like you got it for a song, really. How much?
I think so.
How much money did you get it for?
Pardon me?
How much money did you buy this brothel for?
It actually went for $29,000. And there was a little bit of a bidding war going on for it, but I don't know. I kept saying no more, and my husband just kept raising his hand. It's like one more time, just once more.
So what was it about it? I mean, a chance to own a piece of history. Sure, was it the hauntedness aspect of it that was appealing?
Well, we have both done some paranormal investigating before, and David was a history major in college, and it was like he always says, for him it checked both boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those conversations you have with your spouse when you're sitting around at night is like, someday wouldn't it be cool if we could own our own haunted building, just all for ourselves, that we'd have somewhere we could always go.
And yeah, now you do. So tell me about the experience you've had in the building. You have heard things and felt things and stuff like that, haunted, but there's actual physical things. I'm so fascinated to learn of the manuscript Venus Alley. It was a manuscript, a book that's was really the diary of one of the ladies in this brothel.
The man who bought it from the last madam was an antiques dealer, and he scrounged every square inch of that building. I mean, he took out like the walls in the basement. There were a wall that goes against the outside wall that he could tell wasn't all the way. Found a bunch of Prohibition era alcohol bottles and stuff in it.
Oh, wow.
So one of his other finds in the basement was this journal or diary of a girl who worked there, and telling about her life in it. And so he decided he was going to write a book. And that's one of the things I really love that we found his original handwritten outline, his chapter outline, the way authors, I guess, do all those things. I'm not much of a writer, so I don't know, but we found that, and we found his typed manuscript that was submitted and everything. So it was just great.
To learn of the goings on, the inside scoop from one of the ladies in the building. Maybe were names named? Did we find out like the old governor of Montana visit the brothel? Like that's crazy.
Oh yeah, names are named. They are sometimes changed a little bit, but it's pretty obvious if you do any digging around the history of Butte. It's really easy to figure out who it was that we're talking about. It was great.
We're talking to Charlie Prince, the accidental owner of the Dumas brothel, longtime brothel in Butte, Montana. So for real, when you go in there, have you heard stuff? Like, is any evidence that it's haunted?
Oh, definitely. When we go in, it's a practice we have of, we always speak to the girls when we come in, and come in and say, "Good morning, ladies. Hello, ladies," or "We're back." And on 3 or 4 occasions at least, we hear a very friendly female voice from the upstairs say, "Hello." I mean, a total disembodied voice. You hear it, with your own ears. If you were standing beside me, you'd probably hear it.
Whoa, that's weird.
It's great.
So
yeah, and just last week we had a guy went in there and he took a tour group through real quick, and he forgot to lock the brothel, and he ran back in, and he didn't leave the lock where he normally finds it. And so he's kind of berating himself as he walks down the hall, "Oh, you idiot, what did you possibly do with this? I got to get going." And as he gets by a ledge in there, this voice in his ear goes, "There." I shouldn't say in his ear, he hears it. This voice goes, "There." And he turns and looks toward the voice, and there the lock is.
Oh, wow. I thought you were going to say the voice said, "That's okay, I'll lock up. You can go. I'll lock up when we're done tonight," which will be, 4 a.m. Oh, that is so weird. The stories this building could tell and still tells, apparently, and you can go visit it. You don't live there. Who would live there, right? I mean, red light district.
We don't live there. No.
You live nearby, but you stop in every couple of weekends and run tours there.
Yep. generally every other weekend from May to Labor Day, from Memorial Day to Labor Day. And then like now we're still going, we generally go through Halloween at least. And then as long as the weather holds out, if we have a nice winter, we'll be there more often. It's still pretty cold. You know how cold Butte can get.
Yeah.
That building's pretty tough to heat.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what is the, careful what you wish for when you're buying something at auction, a building like this. Yeah, it's got to be expensive to keep up, taxes, heat, all like that. Is it all still working for you, for the family?
It is. It does work for us. The visitors that we get, for us, it's basically a labor of love. Everything that we make from admissions and everything goes back into the building to its upkeep and hopefully soon to at least some stabilization and a little restoration for it.
Yeah, that'd be neat. Yeah, famous place. This building, the old building, has been operating since the 1890s as a brothel, now haunted. Charlie Prince is her and her husband, the proud owners of this building. That's pretty neat. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you
for sharing. Yeah, some spooky encounters at the Dumas.
Thank you very much.
Have a great Thursday.
You too, thanks.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this break. We'll get Aaron Turpin in here right after these.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we get Aaron Turpin in here. We gotta get to a lot. I don't know why I thought of this, Aaron, but this is where my mind goes when I saw recent stories in the news about Andrew Rossi had the story about solar flares creating these like devil dog lights or something, and I thought solar flares, which took me right to EMPs, an electronic mass. You know what? China's going to knock down our electronic grid one day, and that'll be the beginning of end of times. We've all seen the scenario in movies. And then this idea that we have all these automated cars, the autonomous driving cars that drive themselves. They're so tech-filled. Cars can do their own thing. I put the two stories together and I thought, what kind of vehicle should you be looking to hotwire if the end of the world came and you need something low tech? So you need a vehicle that isn't computer driven under the hood. Actually, something you could maybe jump in and it would start and it would drive. Is that such a thing? Are we looking for like a pre-1975? What vehicles would not be affected by a mass pulse, electronic pulse?
Honestly, I don't think there are any that aren't a crank start, because your battery is going to be your fail point.
Oh.
So it's possible for, especially a solar flare, to ruin a battery. It's not terribly likely, but it's possible. Otherwise, what you're looking for would be a pre-1970s vehicle. So anything you see at a car show now is probably is probably your best bet. Now, you do have diesel engines. You can go up into maybe the late 80s, early 90s with a diesel engine, and it would probably work. Diesel engines have the advantage because they have fewer electronics all the way across the board, just because of the way they operate. You don't need spark, you don't need and ignition is fairly simple in a diesel engine. So, but that's the short answer. It has to be pretty old to work. Basically, if the car's as old as me or older, it's probably going to work. There's a reason Mad Max was driving around in a, what was it, a Nova or something?
Right. Well, that's, I'm always playing the prepper, the end of time scenario. And if I want to get around, I need something with minimal electronic components. I need something easily repaired, that you can find parts for. So yeah, you got to get back to some of these older vehicles. You mentioned diesel, which reminds me of another thing. For a limited amount of time, when you find that vehicle that's still operating at the end of the world, how long is the gas going to be reliable? How long will gasoline be fresh? Diesel motor, you can almost put anything in that and it'll run. So maybe you do want to seek out a diesel rather than a gas. How long's gas going to be good for when the world ends?
Gas goes bad fairly quick depending on how it's been stored. And also, pretty much every vehicle made since World War I has been reliant on gasoline being pretty uniform. So pre-war, back in the early days of automotive, gasoline had all kinds of grades, and it would be dirty, it would have extra stuff in it. Sometimes it was watered down, and vehicles could run on that okay. But with efficiency, especially getting more and more horsepower out of a vehicle, gasoline had to get more uniform. So when you go to the pump today and you buy gas, whatever company you buy it from, it can say, Chevron or Texaco or whatever, you're basically getting the same stuff at all of those places. The differences are tiny. So, and then after the 50s, we started removing lead from gas. So that changed things as well. So if you have an older car, it may need that lead in order to help lubricate itself, versus now. Same applies to oil. I honestly think that the big fail point would not be the fuel. I think it would be the lubricants and other things that they only last for so long. And you're going to have to figure out how to swap them out, and you're going to have to figure out where to get it. You can't just dump, crude oil into your oil filler and your car runs fine.
Right.
The good news is those older vehicles are all going to be running on a pretty heavyweight oil, which is easier to get and refine. Same with diesel fuel. It's a lot easier to refine diesel than it is gasoline.
All right. When the zombie apocalypse hits, I'm probably going to be leaning towards something old, diesel, and yeah, but you think my tractor is sexy. As long as it's old, I'll be running over zombies in my old diesel tractor, maybe. What about a four-wheeler? What about ATVs? Are they terribly tech-driven? Would they operate?
What you're going to run into there is just consumption. ATVs require a lot of maintenance. Any of those high revving engines do.
Yeah.
So anything that revs really high is going to require a lot more maintenance than something that doesn't. It's the reason that cars last for 100,000+ miles without serious maintenance versus an ATV, which probably requires it every 50 or 60 hours of use at minimum. So although I was out in your neck of the woods not too long ago,
really
riding Can-Am's new electric ATV, and that requires no maintenance, very little anyway, and it was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
but that would not survive an EMP blast.
Right, that would be the first to go. But I heard they're getting so much better. The EV dirt bikers, I know the dirt bike crowd, they're all going EV. Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's talk about, we have often talked about tech, but when we talk about it, it's all the tech in the cabin. Many manufacturers want us to feel, real at ease with the technology available at our fingertips, touchscreens, all the tech in a cabin. What about the technology under the hood? As it exists nowadays, that check engine light, it's the dreaded light. But it knows everything. The computer knows all. Yeah. Why are we shoving so much tech under the hood? And can you possibly work on stuff? There's no more shade tree mechanics now. Your car is a computer under the hood.
Yeah. The average car right now has at least 5 computers in it.
Whoa.
That's pretty standard. You have a computer for every major system in the car. And then you usually have a computer that all of those computers kind of talk to in the middle. So that would be like your ECU or something like that. Shade tree mechanics can still exist, but most of the work they're going to be doing is literally mechanical. So they're going to be working on ball joints, suspension, that kind of stuff. They're probably not working under the hood very often, unless it's a very obvious thing. But scanners are pretty cheap. I have an OBD scanner I use all the time.
Yeah.
It just connects to my phone. I think it was like $40. It's not expensive to have a scanner to read those codes and figure out what's going on. But once it gets beyond, I need a screwdriver and a couple of 10 millimeter wrenches or something, you're probably going to end up going to a shop.
Yeah, I don't wonder if we've put too much tech under the hood, but if the vehicle knows what's wrong with itself and can explain that to you through a code, I suppose that's a positive thing.
It makes things a little bit easier, and it also complicates things. Sometimes what it says is wrong is up the line from what's actually wrong. And so you have to go and go and go until you find the actual problem, which is no different than it was back in the day when you would say, okay, it's not starting right. So you start with the starter and work your way up, right?
Right.
It's similar to that, but less labor intensive because you have those scan tools built into the car. It's very easy to at least get to the point of the problem, if not the actual problem.
Yeah, I see that. Diagnosing the problem back in the old days required probably a very experienced mechanic who was able to decipher certain language, like the wife saying, it does this, clunk, 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 clunk. And he's like, okay, that means. Nowadays, it's actually an IT guy. This code probably means this. Interesting.
Yeah.
One other point of tech, I think, that has become really pervasive in almost every vehicle that's really a positive thing is the difference between all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. AWD will keep you out of trouble. Four-wheel drive gets you out of trouble, sort of, to boil it down. But what is the difference, Aaron, and how real techie has this become now, all-wheel drive? Tires sensing grip and stuff. Wow.
So if you're in Europe, there is no difference between the two.
Oh.
They call everything all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. It's the same. We make a distinction, and the big distinction between all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive is usually just a low gear. So with four-wheel drive, you will have a transfer case or something similar that allows a low gear, which is a higher torque ratio for moving slowly and getting way more torque to those wheels. So for example, on a Jeep Wrangler, the low gear is I think it's 1 to 72. So for every revolution of the engine, there's 72 happening at the wheels, which that's not really a good example, but that's a extreme low gear for getting more power to those wheels. So you have, I said that backwards, it's the other way around. But anyway, the point is you're adding more power through gearing. All-wheel drive doesn't usually have that. All-wheel drive is usually just all four wheels are being turned or two are being turned, and that's it. There will be some other details like Subaru has torque vectoring, 50-50 splits, and all that other stuff. With electrification, so when we're seeing like Toyota's hybrid system, like on the RAV4 and other vehicles, there's no physical connection from the engine to the rear wheels. It's an electric motor back there.
Oh.
And what that means is you can fully control how much power is on either one, and you don't have the mechanical losses. Another good innovation is Rivian with the quad motor truck and SUV, and Mercedes, same thing with the Mercedes G-Wagon, the electric one. They have 4 motors, one for each wheel. They're not in the wheel necessarily, but each wheel is independently controlled, which is why the Mercedes can literally spin in place. So if you're stuck off-road and you need to turn around, you can just spin it. The Rivian has the ability to have every single tire, if it has contact, there's power going to it. If there's no contact, it just shuts that motor off, and that one hangs in the air and does nothing. It's the same as torque vectoring like you would find in a mechanical system, but much more efficient, which is why we're like, when I go off-road now, it's a completely different world than it was if I was to take like my little 93 Ranger out and go off-road. That's a completely different vehicle off-road versus a lot of the modern trucks and SUVs now.
Incredible. We're talking to Aaron Turpin, automotive specialist, Cowboy State Daily, and how tech has made vehicles better, our lives better, unless it's the end of the world, end of times. Then all the tech in the world ain't going to do you any good.
Well, the people that'll be hanging good in those days will be the ones that have horses.
Or bicycle. Yeah, the horse. Back to horsepower. Aaron, thanks so much. Have a great weekend, man.
You do the same.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's duck into news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's congressional delegation declined to weigh in Wednesday on memes posted by President Donald Trump that mock top Democrats and used vulgarities. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry reports from D.C. that it's not surprising no one from Wyoming is commenting.
Wyoming's congressional delegation, they didn't want to touch this when I asked them for comment. These are staunch Trump political allies. Wyoming's 3 members of Congress are in lockstep with Trump on almost everything. They're not going to criticize him for this.
Both memes, one posted on social media Monday and the other on Tuesday, feature House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York with a fake sombrero and handlebar mustache. A federal court on Wednesday sentenced a mother to 1 year and 1 day in prison for supplying guns to her son, who in turn killed Sheridan Police Sergeant Nevada Krinke in 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker was in court when Eileen Hurley's defense attorney had a request for her imprisonment.
Her attorney specifically called for a special facility to help care for her medical issues because she's dealing with a myriad of health problems such as diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, and a plethora of others.
The federal courtroom at the U.S. District Court in Cheyenne was packed with Krinky family and friends, along with several uniformed police officers and Wyoming Highway Patrol troopers. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
A Wyoming outdoorsman took a break from elk hunting on Tuesday and called a bull moose to within 10 feet simply by grunting at it. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Owen Miller says he's called bull moose in a few times, though the animals have never gotten this close.
He doesn't have a moose license or anything like that, but they're in the rut right now, or the mating season, and so he says he's kind of figured out over the years of doing this that he can grunt. It just worked very well, and the moose got right up to within 10 feet of him, and he said he finally just talked to it, just said, okay, that's enough, you need to go away.
Miller had a similar experience during the same hunting trip on September 5th when he called another bull in close. When the Laramie County Combined Communication Center experienced problems early Wednesday morning with its administrative and 911 phone lines, resulting in a busy signal for incoming callers, it posted an alert to the public on its Facebook page. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that people were confused by the post.
One thing it said in the Facebook that was kind of interesting was that if you have an emergency, go out and find an officer on the street or come down to the Cheyenne Police Department.
The Cheyenne Police Department later clarified that the message was an error and was corrected. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
A multi-agency search for a man believed to have fallen into the North Platte River began at about 2 a.m. on Tuesday morning. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports the search ended more than 10 hours later, and now the Casper Police Department has turned the incident into an investigation of a possible case of false reporting.
Today, the police are saying that they're looking into filing a false report charge against this individual because they found the individual reported missing at his home and he was fine.
Department spokesperson Rebecca Ladd said the man was found safe at home. When Jane Goodall died Wednesday at 91, the world lost an iconic animal advocate and environmentalist. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that famed Wyoming wildlife photographer Tom Mangelson lost a dear friend.
He said he first met her about 25 years ago. She was there in Jackson for some kind of an event. And of course, even though it was a quarter century ago, by then she was already a legend.
And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Yeah, let's get to it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Renee Jean is supposed to be with us here shortly. Of course, this is the hour where we ask Abby, our fun trivia section. We got a tough Ask Abby today. I don't know how she's going to do. Maybe she'll surprise us. Big thanks for Aaron Turpin and beyond explaining the automotive world to us. We have become so technology driven the electronic components in our vehicle. There was a time where you could sort of fix your own car. You'd find some guys under the hood of their own Trans Am, let's say. Not anymore. I mean, what? You lift the hood of a vehicle and look in there now, and you're like, I don't recognize anything in here. It's all computers. So when the end of times comes and we live in a post-apocalyptic world because of an EMP or whatever, and no vehicles, or what are the vehicles that are going to still be running in the end of the times? And thank you, Aaron, for indulging me on when I go off on a tangent. These are the things I think about when the zombie apocalypse comes, when the EMP hits or the solar flare and all the electronic grid is fried. And you still need to get around. Let's say you need to get back to Wyoming. Maybe you were out of town when all this went down and you're like, oh, I got to get back to Wyoming. I don't want to be stuck in Mississippi. And you need a vehicle. You got to look for something pre-1970s-ish, according to Aaron Turpin. Preferably crank start, because your battery probably got fried. And then you have the issue of fuel, fresh fuel. If you're doing this for a while, if somehow you survive the clutches of the zombies or opportunistic roving gangs haven't wiped you out, if you're still living months later, years later, what kind of fuel are you going to be putting in that car you found that still operates? Gas is going to go stale. And what we decided was you need an old diesel burning tractor. Best way to get around. Maybe not the fastest, but that John Deere diesel tractor will still be running at the end of time and running over zombies. Zombies, no doubt. Ooh, what was that? Oh, that was just a zombie. Yeah, technology. It's both helped and hurt, I think, in the automotive industry. But man, you can't get away from it. From forward and behind looking and side looking cameras to sensors to all-wheel drive to the tech that's in the cabin that you just press your, or maybe, can't you speak it out now? Can't you tell your car what to do? Like Siri, what would you call your car computer? I know BMW, who's the German manufacturer? They are always the tech leaders. Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes, yeah, that would be your Siri in the car. Mercedes, could you please put the temperature at 68 degrees? Isn't that possible already now? It should be. Before they build all this check engine light tech under the hood, give me the ability to just speak out my commands to the car so I don't have to take my eyes off the road and look for the radio volume. Can't we just say, Mercedes, please lower the radio volume? I think that tech exists it definitely exists in your home. I don't know if it exists in your vehicle. Please, Mercedes, put the temperature at 68. I think you can do that. You should be able to do that, I would imagine. In this day and age, we can put a man on the moon. We have automated, autonomous driving cars that don't even need a driver. We should be able to tell our car what to do just with our voice. Jackson Walker has the story of the widow of the slain Sheridan officer, Nevada Krinke. His widow, Carla, said she still today deals with feelings of rage and bitterness toward the man that killed her husband and the mom who supplied that man with a firearm. The man who killed her husband was not in a good mindset, that's for sure. and is someone who should not have been anywhere near firearms. William Lowry is the guy. And he was involved in the standoff, 36-hour standoff going back to February of 2024. Lowry reportedly shot Krinky to death, then fled to a local woman's house. That sparked the standoff. And William Lowry should not have been a guy that had access to a firearm at all. And his mother knew that. And his mother purchased firearms with the intent of giving one or more to her son. Eileen Hurley, 71-year-old, convicted on one count of transferring a firearm to someone not allowed to have them, and another of making a false statement while buying the firearm. She's going to do 1 year incarcerated. Carla Krinky was there at this sentencing, and so was Jackson Walker for the Cowboy State Daily. Carla still deals with, quote, rage and bitterness over the incident. She was visibly emotional. She gave some testimony. People in the courtroom were crying. And it's got to be so tough. Krinky's young daughter was also at the hearing. That's a young daughter that'll grow up without a father, as Carla mentioned. And I know it's got to be, I can't even put myself there where Carla Krinky, the widow, is, but I can tell you this from a high and mighty position of not being where you are. You can't hold that bitterness. You cannot hold that rage that you deal with still, she says, today. You got to let it go. If you can't, you'll never forget, and nobody wants to forget Officer Krinky, but you got to forgive. You've got to. It's really hard. Some people never get to that place, but you got to at least try to hold the rage and bitterness is only going to hurt you. Great, good story from Jackson Walker. He was there. So the sentencing, the 1 year, that's going to include, I guess, some medical. This 71-year-old Hurley is not in great medical condition. Who is ding-donging in the Zoom room? Oh, Renee. Renee, you're a little late. Renee Jean, what's going on?
Oh, just another day in wonderful Wyoming. What's going on with you?
They don't have a clock in your house?
You know, this hotel room, I kid you not, has been on 12:41 a.m. the entire week that I've been here.
No.
Understand why?
Stuck at 12. You're stuck in a time vortex. Oh my goodness.
12:41 a.m.
Wow. That's weird. It might be haunted, like the Dumas brothel, maybe. I don't know.
Can I show that? Is it going to let me show that? I can't. It's so far down here that I can't.
So you do not know what time it is. It's 12:41.
I've been looking at that all week going, why is that like that? I don't understand.
That's weird. Come on, Renee, you're a scientist. You ought to be able to fix that.
No, I can't show it to you. But yeah, it's been like that the entire time I've been here.
All right, understandable. Where are you, by the way?
I am in Gillette.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like Gillette. Kind of. What's so are you working on a story there? What's happening in Gillette?
Well, I came up here for a tour of that new Hoskinson's medical clinic.
Oh.
That they are setting up. It is pretty cool. Every corner has a different piece of art or piece of the world, so to speak. And that's not even, you don't even start talking about the medicine, the whole tour is like, and this came from.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty fancy. That's kind of Jackson bougie up there in Gillette. Wow.
It's going to be fancy. Yeah.
Very nice. Are you following at all David Madison's coverage of also up there in Gillette, that BWXT and Triso? I don't know what Triso fuel is. Do you know what that is?
Sort of. Yeah. I wrote a story about it.
Yeah.
It's just a brand name that they've come up for their fuel.
Yeah. It's like next level nuclear. Okay.
I mean, if you want me to get into it, I suppose I could.
Well, I'm more interested in the bug girl. I want to get her on, the bug guy and the bug girl. Aaron.
Yeah, I
and
sent him
Ellen.
your request. He said he's going to talk to her parents.
Okay. Yeah. We don't want to pull her out of school or anything, but she has a career in entomology. Perhaps she may not need school. She may go into a future with bugs. I don't know.
He could be ahead of the game there. Yeah, for sure.
All right. So what have you been working on? I thought we were all caught up with you. Maybe not. What have we not talked about that's Renee Jean Byline?
Oh, let me go look.
Yeah. Renee Jean. And you've written a lot of stories.
I don't think we've talked about everything, but I don't remember without looking.
We did Spotted Horse, and the actual Spotted Horse, the bug guy and girl. The sexy tractors that are in parades.
Yeah, this group is so much fun.
Yeah.
I went on a dairy tour with them, kind of to get to know their club. But the dairy turned out to be so interesting and fantastic. I wrote a story about the dairy too. But yeah, these guys, it's like a Corvette club. They with their shiny tractors, they put little flags and accessories on it. They're all shiny and polished up. But unlike a Corvette, I think the fastest one of these will go 40 miles per hour. That's because it's on a Jeep chassis, though. It was built after World War II. They had leftover Jeep parts, right? And so this company took them and made tractors out of them. They were never supposed to be sold in the U.S. They were part of the Marshall Plan. They could be sold, to European countries. It was part of our effort to help overcome the devastation of World War II. But that dictator down in Argentina, Perón is his last name. I don't remember his first name off the top of my head. But he reneged. He ordered 4,000 of these tractors, and then he reneged. And that put the company into receivership. They went bankrupt. And so there were these 1,500 tractors on the wharf that he had owned, just sitting there, all put together, ready to go. And so those were auctioned in the U.S. because of the bankruptcy. So that's how we have some of these tractors here in the U.S. that were never supposed to be here at all. But they're really cool tractors, and people collect them. There's like 300 of them left that are known across the world. And so having one of these is really kind of special. And a couple of the members have these Jeep tractors. They're called Empire tractors.
Okay.
They will go 40 miles per hour. That blew my mind.
Well, earlier, just moments ago, I was talking to Aaron Turpin. For whatever reason, we were talking about end of world scenarios where an EMP destroys all modern technology vehicles. And I said, Aaron, what would still run when the world ends and zombies take over? And he's like, old tractors. And there you go. Like
old tractors. The ATVs.
Yeah, I did ask about ATVs, and he said they'd run for a while, but the problem is they break down so often. He's like, the old tractor, especially ones that eat diesel, like those things will keep on going. And so the Centennial Antique Engine and Tractor Club will be right there, well positioned for the end of time.
Yeah. But so, they're just a fun group.
Yeah.
Jake. Most of the tractors will only go 12 to 15 miles. So, these Empire tractors really are kind of anomalies. The Minnesota Molines, though, those will go 20 miles per hour. And their original colors are interesting because they're brown and gold, which is UW color.
Hey, there you go. So,
Right?
depending on what sci-fi movie you watch, the 12-mile-an-hour tractor will outrun most zombies that just stumble around. The movies that have the fast zombies, you might need the Moline tractor.
You might need a Moline or an Empire, right?
Or an Empire.
And I called them the Jeep tractors because they got little round lights. They
They're
look
so
just like Jeeps.
I know. I love the great photos. I love all of these tractors. I want them all. And I want to join the club. It is really cool, Renee. Great story. Appreciate it.
Okay. See you later, Jake.
All right. Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Ask Abby after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven and path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
It's done. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. And this place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's time for Ask Abby. Abby, before we get to the hard questions of the day, this is everybody's favorite segment. My mom asked if we could reschedule it because she has she's currently incarcerated in upstate New York, and so she has to go to lunch at a certain time. And she misses, she's like, I get called to lunch right when you're doing Ask Abby, and it's her favorite thing.
Oh,
I mean, we can ask the other watchers if they mind we change times.
Renee is on before you, and Renee just pops in whenever it strikes her. So she may not even notice if we switch around. I don't know, but it is everybody's favorite segment when we ask Abby. You've been doing so good lately that we need to step it up. We're going to level up trivia.
Oh, great.
And we're going to entitle this trivia section, So You Think You're Einstein? Questions about Albert Einstein.
Okay.
That's right in your wheelhouse, right? Come on.
It's probably not going to be good.
It's probably going to be bad. First, I wanted to get your opinion on the Bad Bunny booking. Bad Bunny's going to play the Super Bowl halftime show. Thumbs up, thumbs down, some thumbs sideways.
What is Bad Bunny?
Oh, my goodness. I knew you were going to say that. You are like the least socially informed Gen Zer in the world. How can
what is it?
Every 20-something knows Bad Bunny.
It's a person?
It's not a battery.
Oh, is that Jelly Roll's wife?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
So you don't have an opinion on the Super Bowl halftime show this year? Next year, really, February.
That's who's performing?
Yeah, Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny is a musician.
Yes.
Wow. Well, Jake.
I
don't know what to tell you.
Really, honestly, Abby, I'm astounded by how much pop culture you don't know. Of all the guests I have on all week long, you, I think, are the person I can talk to about page 6 kind of stuff, like celebrity and pop culture, and you are blissfully unaware of anything going on in the world.
Yes, blissfully. I kind of know some stuff, but I've never even heard of a person called Bad Bunny.
Oh my!
What do they sing? Like, is it a song I would know?
Probably. Now it's going to sound stupid because Bad Bunny sings songs only in Spanish. He refuses to sing in English.
And he's what?
And his real name is Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio. And he is your Super Bowl halftime show, NFL. Like, you are officially mainstream when you have made the halftime show for the Super Bowl, aren't you?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Like,
wow. And he does it, and he's a Hispanic.
Yes.
Spanish-speaking musician. Well, I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know how to sing Spanish songs, really. I don't know. I don't know, Jake. I also just don't know a lot of stuff. We know that.
Which reminds me to get the buzzer ready. Yes.
But what if his name is Bad Bunny? What is Bunny in Spanish? Shouldn't it be like?
Yeah.
What is bad?
What is bunny in Spanish? Bunny. Let's look that up. Bunny
is bad.
Spanish.
How confusing.
Conejito.
Oh, wow.
Conejita. And if it was a female bunny, mal conejita. Yeah, wow. Bad Bunny. It's going to be a good show. Bad Bunny, I like, but yeah, I've been asking around, and the general consensus is who is Bad Bunny? Put you in that group, and then not a good booking.
Well, the Super Bowl is usually a letdown. Yeah. Every couple of years, it's great, and then it's usually like, oh, that was a letdown. So they're just probably trying to stay consistent.
You're right. Okay. You've been very good at trivia. So this trivia is going to get real hard. It's about Einstein. I mean, nobody's.
This is me putting my thinking cap on. Remember when you did that in school?
Yeah.
Put your thinking caps on, everyone.
Put your thinking cap on, because Einstein is often the guy you mention when you're talking about how smart someone is. You're like, well, I'm no Einstein.
Right.
This dude is Einstein. He's super smart. Albert Einstein, his interest in science, and we all know who he is. He's, the famed Nobel Prize winning physicist. His interest in science sparked at age 5 when he played with his dad's what?
Harmonica.
No, but Einstein does play an instrument. Care to know what instrument? Care to guess? Not harmonica.
He would play the piano because he's so smart.
No.
Oh, just kidding. I don't know. The cello.
Close enough. Violin. Like a little cello.
Okay.
Yeah. Good guess. Okay, no, his dad had this little device, and little Albert was fascinated with it. And that really sparked his
pocket watch?
No.
Not a pocket watch. A little device.
You want a hint?
Yes.
Little Albert was fascinated by how it always knew where to point.
Oh, a compass.
Yes. It always pointed north. How can that be? Thought Albert. And that sparked his interest. Yeah. What was Einstein's first job out of high school?
In-N-Out Burger.
We're going to give that to you on creativity. Yes. No, you work for the patent office. Then, yeah, everybody knows that. Okay, here's a good one. Tough. Within 10 pounds, what did Einstein give as his weight when he applied for U.S. citizenship? He renounced Germany because of the Nazis and all that. And he went to live in Switzerland. And then at one point came to the U.S. He was trying to be a U.S. citizen. And he listed as his weight. How much do you think Einstein weighed back then?
95 pounds.
95 pounds? I mean,
I don't know.
He does seem like he'd be all brains and no body, right?
Lots of hair. The hair doesn't weigh very much, maybe. Okay, 125.
No. You're
150.
You're getting there.
Oh, 182.
175. Apparently Einstein liked his snacking. I see where you're going though. He seems like he's a skinny dude that doesn't weigh a lot. He's all brain.
Yeah, he does.
All brains, no brawn. In fact, on that kind of note, why was Einstein, he lived in Switzerland. At that time, you had mandatory conscription to be in the military, as they do in some countries. You have the mandatory 2 years you have to serve in the military. Einstein was, what do you call it? He was allowed not to serve. For what reason?
He had some health related, maybe.
Kind of, yeah. It was not because he failed the medical exam.
Oh.
He was too fat. No, he was not in good shape, I guess. He failed medical. Okay, here's one. Einstein had one sibling, a sister. Her name?
Elizabeth. Why'd you make that face? That was a decent guess.
Yeah, okay.
Elizabeth Einstein is a great name.
Sounds right? E squared. Doesn't that sound like a formula?
Yeah.
Elizabeth
Albert and Abatha. I don't know.
They called her her nickname was Maja, but no, Maria is her name. Einstein obviously spoke fluent German, but when he did relocate to Switzerland, he found it very difficult to learn this language.
Swedish. Dutch. What are they speaking? I don't know.
I don't know either, but this maybe we shouldn't say Switzerland. It confuses the question. But as Einstein was, he could not pick up this language.
English, probably.
No, he could do English. The language of love, romance language.
French.
Yes, he had trouble with French. Einstein.
Can you speak another language?
No, I wish I could. I'm jealous of people who can. I suck at it. I tried to learn, Spanish in school. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
How about you? Can you do it?
No.
Would you like to know another language?
I think it'd be really beneficial to know Spanish.
Yes. Then you might
in
know
in my previous life, at my job, I worked with Spanish-speaking families often. And so one of our coworkers one day, she called me to the front desk and she said, "This lady has some questions." And this lady starts talking to me in Spanish. And I was like, I looked at the front desk gal and I was like, I don't speak Spanish. She's like, "You don't?" I said, "No." And she's like, "Oh," I'm like, so we get out my phone and text and interpret, but it was just kind of funny. She's like, "Oh, I just assumed because you always work with the Spanish speaking families." I was like, "No,
but
should have though."
No, you could probably connect on a whole nother level. I could see that, Abby, and you don't need a language, but you would like to be able to sing along with that Bad Bunny song at halftime of the Super Bowl.
Jeez.
No, you can't.
Bad Bunny. I just learned so much on this show. Much stuff that I will forget and so much stuff that I didn't ever want to know.
That's a buzzer. Yeah, I would like to know another language just so like we could talk in secret. Like if you and I knew how to speak French and we were hanging out in Pinedale where nobody speaks French, we could like have our own secret code.
That's right.
Einstein.
We could make up our own language. Okay.
We could.
Back on track. Einstein. Let's go.
Said if he had not been a physicist, he would have followed what other career path?
Oh, I think I know this one. Oh, I don't know. I need a hint. I think I know it, but I need a hint.
A hint is we talked about it just previously. Talk about foreshadowing.
Me and you talked about it?
Yeah. It was in a previous question.
A musician.
Yeah.
He was going to be a musician.
Excellent.
He was going to be the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah. Einstein with his hair. Yeah, he was fiddling away. Okay. Einstein's most famous equation is
E = mc squared.
Yes. What is that exactly?
It is the I don't remember.
He won a Nobel Prize for it.
E = mc squared.
Yeah. What is he famous for discovering? Other than many things, like obviously nuclear power, atomic age is you can trace back to Einstein. Also, black holes. Einstein said when stars die, they become black holes. He was right.
Mm-hmm.
His theory of relativity is what got him the Nobel Prize. E = mc squared. What does the C stand for in that equation? Any idea?
Circumference. the C stands for I don't know.
Speed of light. That's a tough one.
I was way off. I would not have known that.
How old was Einstein when he received the Nobel Prize for his fancy
32.
equation? No, but you're not too far off.
38.
Getting there.
41.
42. Yes.
42.
Einstein was kind of a late bloomer. Like, wouldn't you expect that Einstein would be one of those guys who graduated high school at age 9, graduated college at age 12? Like, no, he graduated high school age 17. It was a high school for gifted kids, but 17. It took him a while to get super smart, I think. You win a cash prize when you win the Nobel Prize. It comes with cash. Einstein had to give all of it to who? He didn't see a dime.
He gave it to... He had to give it to somebody?
Because he promised.
Why?
He promised he would.
His mother.
Oh, that's close. His ex-wife.
His sister. Oh, that's a bummer.
Ex-wife. He promised his ex-wife. It was probably part of the divorce proceedings. He's like, I don't have any money, but if I ever won the Nobel Prize, I would give it all to you. Oops. He did win the Nobel Prize. He had to give it all to Maliva. Okay, which Hollywood character was fashioned? I don't know how to say this without giving it away. Well, I'll give you the hint. It's a Star Wars character whose eyes were modeled on Einstein's.
I didn't watch Star Wars. I don't know any Star Wars
Me
stuff.
neither. I'm with you on that.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's Yoda. Yeah, I don't watch Star Wars. You and I are the only people who haven't watched Star Wars.
I know. I never got into I don't even know what Star Wars really is.
Yeah, it's Harrison Ford, and he fights the Black Vader, who talks like his mouth is in a fan. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. And then there's the little garbage can and the big hairy Yeti. And then there's Yoda, whose eyes are supposed to be Einstein's, not Betty Davis's. Einstein made friends with, had dinner with, at the invitation to have dinner with. He was friends with this Hollywood actor of the day, 1930s. So let's keep that in mind.
Marilyn Monroe.
No.
I really thought you were going to magic wand me there.
Marilyn Monroe, 1930s? She was later.
Oh, great. I don't even know. So before her, I have no idea. Was it a lady?
No.
Was it Frank Sinatra?
Earlier.
Bing Crosby?
He's like the first famous actor before they even talked.
Actors didn't talk?
But actors used to not talk back in the day. I don't know what else. You don't know modern day stuff. You don't know Bad Buddies. I'm like trying to go in the Wayback Machine. Back when movies didn't talk. Yes, there was a time when they didn't. And he was the most famous non-talking actor. He was funny.
Yeah. I can see him in my head.
Yes.
He wore weird makeup.
Yes.
Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah, Charlie Chaplin. Yes.
Chaplin. Oh,
excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. What nation? Einstein said this of this nation. He said, this nation has the most modest, intelligent, considerate people who have a true feel for art. Who was Einstein talking about? Hint, it was not Germany.
Was it America?
No.
Canada. The artsy people live in where?
And it's not so much art they're known for, although these people are still probably, to other than Einstein, known for their modesty. Modest, intelligent, considerate.
Gosh, you're just reaping America right now.
What? None of those things are Americans. We're like belligerent idiots who like a lot of ice in our Coke.
I don't know.
If you ever go to Europe and ask for ice in your pop, they'll just be like, "Ugh, American."
Really?
Yes.
What's wrong with ice in your soda?
That is a common American stereotype. So common, it's in a Geico commercial right now, which I'm sure you... Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Americans love their ice in their drinks. And as soon as you ask for ice or extra ice, because in Europe, they don't give you any ice. And if they do, it's not much. And the giveaway to an American is, can I get more ice? You sure, Yank? Here you go. No, still looking for that modest country. Einstein called him modest, intelligent, compassionate.
I don't know.
And then
just tell me.
And then they bombed the crap out of the United States.
Oh. Japan?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. We're down to, this is all or nothing. Do or die.
Nothing.
This is, let's go all in on the final Einstein question. Or it's actually, you need to finish the quote. Einstein quote.
I might be good at this.
Really? He's got a lot of quotes. I don't know. You were just making that up. We'll need you to answer this question in Spanish. Einstein has a lot of good quotes. A person who never made a mistake.
I got to finish that.
Yeah, it's a famous quote. A person who never made a mistake, never
tried.
Yeah, never tried anything new. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a famous one, and you pretty much got that.
So I won the show today.
Or, well, here's another. This is for all or nothing. A true sign of intelligence. When people would ask Einstein later in his life, when everybody knew, this is a brainiac. Just look at his hair. A true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but
kindness. I don't know.
To Einstein, more important than intelligence, real intelligence is
more important than intelligence. I said kindness.
Along those lines, I mean, whenever you don't know the answer to the question and you look up and to the left, which I notice you do, what are you looking for? What are you exercising?
The imagination?
Yes, that's true. Intelligence. Did you get texted that answer?
No.
Okay. Oh, very good.
But that's what I do. I look up there and I hope my brain makes up something.
Right, exactly. You're like, oh, please. That's imagination. So you are truly intelligent in the eyes of Einstein.
Yes. And your mom, maybe.
My mom just thinks you're funny. Yeah.
Don't we all? Okay, you have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Ask Abby segment. She's a real Einstein, that one. We'll be right back. Final break and then a run for the finish line after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday as we make our way toward the finish line here, close things up. Final stories we haven't got to yet. Dale Killingback. Here's a story about a false reporting charge may come of the missing man in Casper. It was a man who said his brother, he alerted police. He said, my brother fell into the North Platte River. And so the cops went looking for him, and they pulled out all the stops. This was about 2 a.m. Multi-agency search for a man believed to have fallen in the North Platte River about 2 a.m. Tuesday. And cops sent out drug sniffing, cadaver dogs, drones, and other manpower as they searched the river. Well, the guy apparently never did fall into the river. The brother falsely reported he fell in the river. The man, by the way, was found safe and sound in his house 10 hours later. I don't know if Casper police first checked his house. That's where I would have went first. Never mind what the reporting party says. Never mind the brother said, hey, fell in the river and floated away. First place to check, see if he's in bed. That's where they found the brother. But now the Casper police considering false report. Casper Police Department perhaps embarrassed that the guy turned up 10 hours later in his own home. That's the first place I would look. Might be a false reporting charge. I love this commercial. I'm going to play it for you. It's so cute, so cool, so unique. Dairy Max commercial is a partnership between University of Wyoming Athletics and Dairy Max. Check it out. I think it's pretty cool.
Must be nice, Daisy, not having to study for midterms and not having any responsibilities. You have everything you could ever need here. Dairy Max, giving an NIL deal to a cow?
Breaking news out of Wyoming. We have an utterly unique first in college sports history. Dairy Max has signed the nation's first live cow to an NIL deal. More to come from today's coverage.
That is unbelievable. Built with chocolate milk. Rehydrate, repair, replenish.
I love it. Built with chocolate milk. It's first of its kind, as the commercial stated. University of Wyoming Athletics has inked a unique name, image likeness agreement with Dairy Max, the first ever NIL deal featuring student athletes. And the student athlete in this commercial is rodeo star Kaylee Simshower. And she appears there with the cow. I think the cow had a name. Texas has done something similar, but they didn't use an actual cow in their commercial. These commercials posted to Facebook and YouTube last week. First of its kind, unique ad campaign, University of Wyoming Athletics, and inking an NIL deal. Big money with Dairy Max. Dairy Max loves it already. Go drink chocolate milk and support that commercial. I think it's precious. Hey, everybody, have a great Thursday. We'll see you again tomorrow, Friday edition. We'll be on the air same time as usual on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.